Open. Jump into our pre-market analysis and scans. There's quite a bit to discuss in the stock market today. We are in full-fledged earnings season. There's also a lot of movement occurring in gold. There's a lot of movement occurring in nat gas. Crypto stocks are certainly moving, and then there's a lot of individual tickers that are seeing some interesting moves. So we're going to digest a few things this morning, and then we'll look for some of our trade setups. First things first, I'm just going to enlarge this screen here just so we can see things. Natural gas right now is going through a little bit of sell side pressure. We did short this yesterday. It's slightly negative, so we are up on our KOLD this morning. That is a member alert and trade. So we'll see how much nat gas wants to decline, but natural gas pumped yesterday on the back of colder than expected weather reports. You can clearly see the massive gap up. It was up over 11.61%, but it was up almost 13% at the highs of the chart. Into a lot of resistance up here. We'll see what type of pattern it wants to build up in the very near term. So let's move along to gold because gold is a multi-trillion-dollar asset that is seeing quite a bit of sell side pressure this morning. Gold is basically down on the session over 3%. So now when you factor in, 3% off of a 29, $30 trillion asset, that is a large amount of capital that is actually rotating and could potentially find a home in the stock market and equities. So a nasty little M-top formation triggering on gold. You can clearly see it on the 4-hour chart. Gold's weekly chart, even with this last little bit of selling down 3%, gold's weekly chart is still remarkable. I mean, look how many weeks of consecutive upside price action you have. So it is very, very strong, this type of price action. But we will see if this M-top kind of triggers basically with this type of a pattern triggering in the very, very near term. It is showing that there is going to be some sort of a downside pressure move. If we were to calculate this potential downside of this M-top formation, we're looking at a potential retrace of the $4,000 area. So that would be about a $200 drop from the actual spot price of gold. So that's kind of what I'm thinking is going to occur. Keep in mind, gold is a very, very strong asset. It's still in a much, much larger weekly and daily chart uptrend, but nevertheless, it is due for a pullback. It needs to digest a couple things here. If you look at what is transpiring this morning, you have the US dollar pretty much doing the exact opposite move. So the Dixie dollar index is breaking out to the high side. The dollar index did that beautiful back test of the 50-day moving average. That was kind of your breakout zone as seen by this downsloping trend line here. You can see it basically almost kissed that area, even if you were to draw your pivot highs from here. The Dixie has triggered that bullish inverted head and shoulders pattern, and we will see if it can start to firm up in the very, very near term. But it does look like it's off to the races for the time being, your US dollar index. So we'll keep that on watch because, again, dollar up typically triggers a different amount of algorithmic trading in the overall market. All right, we're going to go through some of the earnings, guys. There is a ton of earnings this morning. There's a lot of companies that have reported earnings, and we also have a ton of earnings that are set to take place after hours. So keep that in mind. A lot of extra individual volatility. Let's just go through a few names that have reported earnings. So Coca-Cola reporting earnings, guys, gapping up to the high side. Coca-Cola is reporting a double beat across the board. Let me just pull up those earnings. So basically, Coca-Cola's revenue coming in at 12.46 billion versus the estimate of 12.42, EPS 82 cents versus 78. So it's a double beat for Coke. Obviously, it's a very, very positive reaction in the very short-term picture here. Coca-Cola has gapped up, trading at around 70.34. Let's just look at where we're trading in the pre-market relative to our highs. So you can see it's pretty much near the highs of that gap up for Coke. Strong move for a lot of these staple stocks. Let's see if Pepsi's getting any sort of sympathy. No, Pepsi's not really getting any sort of sympathy here. Let's look at Celsius, CellH, Monster, oops, MNST. Nope, just Coke is kind of doing a standout move to the upside, but very, very strong price action for Coke. So we'll see if that one can continue to firm up in the very, very near term. Obviously, there's still quite a bit of resistance to get through for Coca-Cola, but it's acting extremely well in the very near term. All right, let's see what else is moving this morning. We also have Lockheed Martin, LMT. So LMT this morning is gapping up. Let me just, I gotta open something here. We'll take a look at small gap up for LMT. I mean, it's a $500 stock, so it's a minuscule move in the grand scheme of a percentage move. Obviously, I'm going to dive into the earnings real quick because that is an institutionally traded stock, so there is quite a bit of momentum behind LMT. It's not a stock that most retail trade because it's a little bit more expensive, the actual underlying equity, but it's still a quality stock that I think can prove to start a beautiful trend if this earnings report is set to firm up here and stay true. All right, let me just share my screen here with the other group. Just give me a second here. Got to pull up the live screen for members as well. Where are my settings? Settings. Nope. So we're sharing my screen with everyone. We've got all the streams up and going here. We'll keep running through some of these market movers here. So yeah, LMT earnings, let me pull that up on my other chart here real quick. So Lockheed Martin revenue 18.61 billion. It is a beat versus the revenue expectations of 18.54. So positive move there for Lockheed Martin on the revenue side. EPS was a big beat, 9.62% beat on the EPS. So earnings coming in pretty decent for Lockheed Martin. It does look like Lockheed Martin is kind of putting a bit of a consolidation base. This is a ton of resistance and chop that we traded in here. And you can see that Lockheed Martin is defending this key vicinity. So that is a big area for LMT to actually defend and try to break above. But if we can clear this pivot high, Lockheed Martin's going to at least run to this gap fill, 541, and then if not this higher pivot. So this chart is actually looking pretty bullish from a technical swing trade standpoint. It is a quality company. It does have that kind of monopoly in the entire sector. So keep LMT on watch. Strong earnings report. Let's look at GE. This stock has been obviously one of the strongest stocks in the market, gapping up to the high side right now. Next real resistance on GE is going to be around 320 plus. The General Electric revenue and EPS. So revenue coming in at 12.18 billion versus 10.38 billion. That is a whopping beat. I mean, a huge beat for GE on earnings. That is crazy. Huge double beat for GE. That is some monstrous earnings. Holy moly. What a move for GE, guys. So beat on the revenue by 17.35%. Beat on the EPS by 12.93%. Strong move for General Electric. This one's going to keep trending, guys. A beautiful daily chart bull flag. Almost a W formation built into that bull flag. This chart looks ready to rock and roll. Wow. That is some solid earnings. I don't know if the expectations are watered down, but damn. That is a solid beat for General Electric. I'll post that earnings in the chat, guys. All right, let's see what else we got going here. Obviously, we'll run through our individual names. We got RTX as well, of course, Lockheed and RTX. So RTX Raytheon, another war stock, gapping up to the high side. Revenue is a double beat, EPS is a double beat. Huge beat for RTX this morning. A 5.11% beat on the revenue for RTX, so it's a strong move to the upside. I would look at maybe shorting RTX if we swept this weekly high pivot. It is a big area that we are retesting and trying to sweep. It has a little bit more resistance in place than Lockheed Martin. So RTX, again, it's a tough short. It's an institutional stock as well. Nevertheless, it is sweeping a massive weekly chart, topping formation. So we will see if we can get any sort of decline in RTX. All right, let's move along to a couple other names here. 3M also reporting earnings. 3M right now, kind of a minuscule move, not really doing too much in the pre-market. It's a small gap up on the industrial front. Let's look at their revenue. So revenue coming in at 6.3 billion, EPS coming in at 2.19. Okay, let's look at GM, General Motors. So GM is actually having a nice move to the upside. Basically, GM is sweeping a beautiful double top resistance. So this stock is actually trying to break out on the daily chart pattern here. And it does have some room to run. There was some insider selling. Basically, GM is looking like it's going to sweep this high, guys. So I think GM is setting up for a bit of a continuation long today. And if we see that continuation long, I think there will also be a short trade in this name once we sweep this high. So I think General Motors is on watch for a bit of a buy the dip. If you get some sort of a dip, it looks like GM's going to at least press to take out this high pivot. So there's no short. There's no really even short opportunity, I think, until we get a sweep of that previous all-time high in GM. A little bit of insider selling, as you can see, but GM is still looking very strong off of its earnings, basically posting a bit of a double beat here on both the revenue and the EPS. Strong EPS there for GM. All right, so that one is on watch. Let me just look at where we went in the pre-market. So yeah, you can see GM is still trading pretty elevated here in the pre-market, just slightly off of its highs, but acting extremely well. Very well. We'll just mark that there. Hmm, not a bad chart. So this is actually a top watch and day trade idea, guys. We should see if GM can get a little bit of a dip and then push back to the upside. So that's a top watch that I have going into today's session so far. Let's look at PM here, Philip Morris. Not really seeing much movement in the ticker. Small gap down on Philip Morris. It did post a double beat on its earnings, but it's acting somewhat poorly here. And you can see Philip Morris has actually triggered somewhat of a head and shoulders formation. So it is in a downtrend. It's a very large daily chart head and shoulders, so I would be cautious with that one. All right, let's look at NDAQ. Also reporting earnings. Not really doing too much this morning. Let's look at ELV, Elevance Health. Usually that one moves more off of earnings. You can see ELV is trading right into this beautiful parallel channel on the daily chart. So there is some resistance there, but it's been consolidating above your daily chart EMA. It's somewhat allowing the moving averages to catch up here. Um, Again, I don't like buying a stock right into this resistance, but a minor pullback in this stock does look ready for a breakout. The kind of risk and stop loss on the trade would be losing this EMA 113. So this orange moving average, which right now is trading at 342.93. It's not looking bad, this chart. Earnings, let's take a peek. So beat on both the top and bottom line, reporting just over 50 billion in revenue. So kind of climbing into a little bit of a new psychological number. Let's look at NOC, Northrop Grumman. Actually, that's gapping down this morning. NOC earnings. What is happening here? So NOC missing on the revenue, 10.42 billion versus estimate of 10.72 billion. EPS was a beat 18.5% on the EPS side. So a little bit of a bearish breakdown here for NOC. Again, it's still a very strong stock on your larger time frame, but you're starting to lose that 7-week moving average in the very short term. You haven't closed below it yet, but today's gap down looks like you're starting to lose that. This one could actually be a bit of a short setup in the very near term. Okay. So NOC is certainly looking a little bit more vulnerable. Damn. DHR gapping up to the upside. Look at that bull flag breakout, trying to sweep that high. DHR earnings, it does have its press conference, its live call going on right now as we speak. Strong print on the revenue, just over 6 billion, a little bit of a beat. EPS $1.89 versus $1.72, so it's a 9.8% beat. DHR did spike much higher in the pre-market. We'll see if it wants to retest that vicinity, but definitely a good reaction thus far. And the technical setup is looking very strong for a bit of a continuation long. You can see you got a couple different formations triggering here on DHR. You have a potential weekly chart inverted head and shoulders. This is kind of your neckline that you've already broken out of. You're trying to confirm the breakout this week. So a higher weekly close swings the probabilities of much higher upside, guys. We could easily see 260, 265 on this stock. As well as the inverted head and shoulders, you have this nice weekly chart bull flag that's trying to pop up. So DHR looking pretty strong from a technical and just recently from an earnings standpoint. We will see if the stock can hold its gains. I want to see it hold this gains before I would consider taking a little bit of a momentum trade and continuation breakout. All right, Halliburton, ticker HAL. Halliburton also Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry, guys. Ticker Halliburton this morning is also gapping up. This stock has been absolutely crushed and beaten down. It does appear like it's putting in this much larger weekly chart bear flag. Obviously, you're trying to print some higher highs inside of that bear flag, so that's a short-term positive. But if this pattern can't get back above this weekly high impulse green candle, it's going to get slapped right back down. It's still a very weak pattern on the overall weekly chart. Daily chart is trying to flatten out some of the key moving averages. This is as long as you stay above that daily 200 moving average now. If you start to lose that again off of this breakout and this pop-up, this is going to go down to about 1830 or call it or that, a little bit lower. DHR did report earnings. Let's just take a peek. So reported 58 cents EPS, strong beat. Revenue also strong beat, 5.6 billion. Let's look at GLXY. GLXY Galaxy Digital also gapping up this morning on earnings. Strong print on both the revenue and the EPS. Monster beat on both the top and bottom lines. So Galaxy Digital, exceptional move. Looking like it wants to at least press into this previous high pivot. I could easily see it sweeping that high pivot today. EFX also reporting earnings, Equifax. So Equifax has kind of been trading almost like an Adobe. Not really liking the chart setup down here, even with the earnings. It's looking pretty weak. Let's look at Pulte Group. So Pulte getting hit pretty hard this morning, gapping down pretty sharply. Let's take a peek at what's going on here with Pulte. That is a filthy, filthy move down. Their earnings call is live right now. So it seems that whatever they're discussing in their earnings call, investors are not really liking it at this point. They did beat on both the top and bottom line. So the earnings is okay. They didn't miss. I would love to see it try to undercut this previous little gap fill reversal pivot zone. So call it 112 Pierce, and I'd get a little bit interested in scalping on the long side. This one is a bit of a short the pop environment, guys. PHM, definitely a little bit of a short the pop today. Let's continue to go through some of our other earnings here. PCAR. Picard also gapping down this morning. Basically missing on both the top and bottom line. Not a healthy chart. Wall Street does not like when stocks miss their revenue and EPS guide. You know, it's okay if you're an oversold stock. This stock has just been floundering, chopping sideways, breaking down a little bit, as you can see on the daily chart. Another name that is in a short the pop kind of environment, but a nasty little breakdown this morning. Does look like you want to at least retest this volume shelf again, maybe sweep it. Can see you swept it here. You got a hard reversal. It's a big area. If you lose this little bit of a double bottom zone on Picard, this one could easily go back down to the lows down here, their tariff lows in April. So that's definitely on watch for another relative short play. Basically, again, if you lose these pivots, this is a short down to these tariff lows. Not looking too good for Picard. Let's look at GPC. This is a good little barometer of what the economy is doing. Genuine Parts Company right now is kind of just flat. Let's take a peek at their earnings. They did miss on the earnings, the EPS side, but beat on their revenue, so that's okay. It's kind of a mediocre report. Stock really isn't doing too much here in the pre-market. BMI reporting earnings. Badger gapping up this morning. Double beat on both the top and bottom line. Nothing really to do there in terms of a trade. Let's look at DGX. Strong print to the high side for DGX. Quest Diagnostics. double beat across the board, acting very, very well in the near term. Just going to get this up and going here. See some of the other big market movers this morning. So we discussed GM, looking at WBD, guys. Warner Bros. Digital, or Warner Bros. Discovery, sorry, gapping up this morning, closing at 1832, testing 1987. Big spike on WBD this morning. Hey, look at the natural gas fall, guys. Who is short nat gas with members? This is now falling down 1.33%. I love it. Chop it down, baby. Chop that down. Pay us on the cold trade, guys. Cold trade is gonna looks to be trying to pay us this morning. This is a beautiful example of a scalping, swinging a day trade overnight. Sometimes the best day trades you have to swing overnight, hold them for about 24 hours, but that is working out quite well so far for our natural gas short. Beautiful move. Beautiful move down. Obviously, it's not, we haven't taken profits yet, so we don't celebrate until we take profits, but that is acting very, very well in the near term. All right, so CCK, another one, Crown Holdings, is pushing to the upside here, seeing some considerable strength. That's acting quite well in the very near term. Let's look at ticker RUN. Run is also trying to gap up. So Sunrun has been a strong chart for quite a long time now, breaking out. Solar has really been catching some serious trends in the recent, but Sunrun yet again squeezing to the upside. This is actually going through a bit of a short squeeze event right now. That's what it does appear to me. So Sunrun is making a nice move. It is one of the names that is moving quite sharply in the pre-market. Closing at 2050, gapping up this morning. It looks like it's going to sweep this high pivot again. Another name that can certainly make a move to the upside. Let's look at some of the laggers in the market here. Again, you got gold coming under pressure. You got natural gas coming under pressure. Let's just do a quick commodity run through. Uranium right now also gapping down. You can see uranium is back inside of this longer term parallel channel. Basically, I still have a weekly low retest that should occur over the next, say, I don't know, 3 to 6 months or so. It should put uranium back at 42.28, give or take. So to look for names like Oklo and SMR to come in. Today, crude oil is bouncing a little bit. It's up about 1%. It's still extremely weak on the overall trend. Crude oil right now can't even get back above the 7-day moving average. It's been struggling since you lost it here. There was a little bit of a rope and dope liquidity grab over here, and they slapped crude oil right back down. Let's look at copper really quickly. Copper futures trying to make a little bit of a push higher. Let's look at silver. Nasty down move on silver, down 4.89% today, guys. Silver is getting absolutely smoked today. Basically, silver is looking to retest its daily chart 20 moving average. But looking at gold miners and silver miners, they are under immense pressure. And notice that there's still a little bit more relative strength in your um, gold market compared to silver. So you look at this from a structural and technical standpoint, right? Silver on Friday had that big down move, right? and basically it printed a low around 50.70. The closing price was still about 51.70. You look at gold, and gold is just testing its Friday low candle. So they often say silver will lead gold in some price action, and I do think that with silver undercutting its Friday low candle already, we can likely expect gold to also try to undercut its Friday low candle. That is just at least what I'm observing in the very near term. If you look at some of the lagging stocks in the market today, a name like SSRM under some pressure, so this is mining. You look at Newmont Mining, it's all the gold plays that are seriously getting hit today. Newmont Mining getting absolutely slapped. RGLD gonna get absolutely slapped here. Anonymous saying, I'm gonna jinx it, but TLT looking nice. Okay, so Anonymous is jumping on a little bit of a bond play. Obviously, his expectations is for bonds to firm up. That means he's bearish interest rates. So TLT is the inverse of the 20-year yield. So naturally, when we look at the 20-year yield, it is in a horrific, I mean, a horrific downtrend here, losing all of the daily chart moving averages. Let's just throw up a quick parallel channel here to show us where the 20-year yield is likely going to go until we have a little bit of near-term support. So call it 4.47. That is a moving target. So that needs to be watched carefully because basically it's a downsloping target. So the longer we take to get down there, the lower that target will be. If we look at the weekly chart of yields, there is a key moving average coming up. So that 4.5 psychological EMA weekly 113 is a pretty decent sized level that needs to be taken into account. That is just something that I want you to pay close attention to because if we start to pierce that level, then we have quite a bit of downside move. But there's still a ton of support here for interest rates. You know, I'm bearish interest rates myself. I still am playing UBT, but this is a longer term play. Again, interest rates can have big moves, but the patterns take quite a while to play out. Obviously, we do have our interest rate cut, our next interest rate coming up. When is it? I think it's the 20, is it the 26th? Let me just pull up my, no, 29th. The 29th of October is our next interest rate cut. So I'm still bearish, but we typically do see interest rates bounce on the actual FOMC meeting. So we kind of saw that last go around. But the 10-year yield, I mean, you look at that, it's extremely bearish. You can see it's already broken its weekly chart EMA 113. So what's interesting is the farther long end of the curve, the 20 and 30 are holding up better than the 10 and 2-year. So if we look at the 2-year yield as well, but thank you for putting your analysis. You can see that the 2-year yield is basically well under that weekly chart EMA 113, whereas that 20-year yield is still just coming into that level. So there's definitely some relative strength on the much farther end of the curve as opposed to the shorter dated options, okay? All right, let's keep scrolling through some other headlines here. Let me just pull up my list. We'll see what we have in store for us today. 9/11, wow. Sometimes the pre-markets just absolutely fly by. Wow, it's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Stock exchange. Let's see. So we've discussed DHR, Spotify catching a little bit of Thermo Fisher, RTX we discussed, Reddit, RDDT seeing a little bit of strength in the pre-market. So yeah, Reddit's trying to break out of this little bit of a falling kind of wedge pattern. Yeah, Reddit's seeing a nice little move. Gold just pierced the 4,200 level, guys. It is getting absolutely smoked. Getting absolutely dusted, but Reddit here looks like it wants to at least test the daily chart 20 moving average. I'm not too sure if there's news on RDDT, but it's acting quite well. Let's just see why it's gapping up this morning. Amazon stocked. That was yesterday. So they got a bit of a reiteration from Raymond James yesterday, a strong buy rating on Reddit from a major institution. Not really seeing too much else here. Maybe they're just bouncing back from the AWS outages. So RDDT is looking at least a little bit better here in the very short term. Let's see what else we got. CTEV, that's gapping up this morning. CTEV. Claritative Corporation, gapping up this morning. United Health seeing a little bit of strength. TE, let's look at some of our NASDAQ, our biggest movers. Nerve. Wow, this ADAP just keeps getting slapped, guys. Look at that big gap down yesterday, getting some additional follow through. Ooh, look at SunPower today. SPWR, monster gap up on its earnings. That is a filthy move to the upside, guys. Look at SunPower. Holy moly. Solar stocks look like they could be in for a squeeze. I mean, look at that move all the way to 323. What the heck? Just keep in mind, this is a tiny company. We're talking about a 200 million market cap. But wow, we spiked all the way to here, up there. Oh my goodness, that makes me a little bit intrigued as to whether or not we could potentially retest that zone again, guys. So keep SunPower on watch. It might be one that goes through a little bit of an additional short squeeze, providing the markets stay a little bit firm here. But SunPower, monster move to the upside on the back of, I guess, its earnings here. But wow, a 320 spike here, almost coming into this previous high pivot zone. That is that's an exceptional move. I mean, from the close yesterday, that's almost 100% move. Yeah, that one could absolutely run today, guys. We are seeing some strength across the solar theme today. So definitely keep that on watch. But SunPower, huge, huge mover. That's a crazy mover in the NASDAQ today. That's actually not a bad high speculation play, guys. Very speculative if you're wanting to trade that. Let's look at some other names that are seeing a bit of unusual volume in the New York Stock Exchange. KUK, GM up 10%. Yeah, GM is ripping. SMR today, guys, getting absolutely smoked on the downside. So we are seeing nuclear names starting to come in a little bit, and that's granted uranium has been a little bit weak. Oklo this morning gapping down about $7 already. So nuclear stocks are under some near-term pressure. Oklo is still one of the more extended stocks in the market. Can you believe this company makes absolutely no profit, barely any revenue? It's all forward hype and expectations with the uranium theme, and they have to execute flawlessly for at least 10 years before they can grow into this valuation. That's providing there's no hiccups, nothing of that nature. But also acting pretty bearish in the pre-market. Let's see what else we're going to look at here. Just doing our pre-market scan. Gold's still trying to come under a little bit of pressure. Right now in the pre-market, guys, you do have the IWM showing some considerable weakness. It's down 0.3%. So after it had a strong gap up yesterday, the Russell today is seeing a little bit of a decline in the pre-market. Now, a couple key levels that I'm watching in the main indices today is obviously if we take out the highs from yesterday, you can really see on the IWM that as soon as we made that 9:40 a.m. So within the first 10 minutes of candle opening, we really didn't take out the highs. So if we can take out that 9:40 candle high, from yesterday, then this market's going to likely trend to new all-time highs on the Russell 2000. The big area that I'm watching for a technical retrace and standpoint is your previous pivot high. So if we scroll all the way back over, you can see your previous double top high in November of 2024. That is the previous all-time high I'm looking for the Russell to retest. If they defend it, market's going to continue to rip to the upside. If they lose that area, then we could go a lot lower. We're in this very interesting pattern here where you're starting to build a potential head and shoulders formation, but simultaneously you're also trying to form a bit of a bullish formation. So we just need a little bit more data to see what is transpiring on the IWM, but nevertheless, it's definitely starting to get to an interesting spot here where we're coiling and we're going to make a big directional move one way or another. I have my thesis as to which way, but for now, the Russell 2000 is holding quite steady. All right, so let's keep going through here. We got S&P 500. So SPY almost breached the all-time highs yesterday. The S&P 500 pattern has broken out. It's looking constructively a lot better than the Russell 2000, and that's probably granted because your KRE has gone through a bit of distribution. But your S&P 500 chart, and there's quite a bit of levels here that we're watching. But the S&P 500 broke out of that bullish wedge formation. You triggered a nice inverted head and shoulders. We have two upside targets based off of this breakout. TP1 676 and then 687. So granted, we're in earnings season, anything can change. If mega caps and bigger companies start to lose momentum here, then we could easily see this market kind of have a failed breakout. There is a ton of resistance up here on the S&P 500 as seen by your wide range waterfall sell-off, but you have to give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. We lost the daily chart 7 and 20 moving average. We formed that bearish crossover of the key moving averages, but now we're back above those key short-term moving averages and the pattern is looking a-okay. We've broken out on the 4-hour chart, but we haven't confirmed it. We've broken out on the hourly chart and we have confirmed it. So the shorter time frames are starting to firm up and give us those bull signals, but we haven't really gotten that larger 4-hour breakout confirmed. So once we do, then you're going to see a squeeze to the upside like you cannot believe. A lot of stocks will start to run. Obviously, Apple's a big component that has been pushing the market to new all-time highs. It's recently firmed up and yesterday it printed new all-time highs itself, so acting very well in the very short term. 9 minutes till the open here, guys. Let me just do a final run through. Looking at dust this morning, guys, DUST, huge move to the upside, testing 1081 right now. Crazy move, eh? So finally, we're printing some money on some of these gold shorts. DUST, we've been accumulating off that 962 area. Swing trades were up about just over 11%. Another day, guys, where quantum is getting slapped. I like these for a long setup today, guys. I would love to see it come into this daily chart 20 moving average. Even better yet, I would love to see it sweep that moving average. But QBTS quantum names are on watch for a potential long scalp here, guys. IONQ, let's take a peek at that one. That one's actually showing a little bit of relative strength. Rigetti, another one that is gapping down. Again, there's quite a bit of a bearish formation on Rigetti. But another down day for these quantum names. They are just getting absolutely beaten over the head right now. Absolutely filthy price action. So you're seeing a lot of those high beta stocks under quite a bit of pressure today. AMD's weak in the pre-market. High crypto computing stocks, Iron under some pressure this morning. Interesting. Another down day for CoreWeave. CoreWeave saw a huge move to the downside yesterday. CoreWeave has triggered a bit of this bearish head and shoulders formation that needs to be accounted for. Basically, CoreWeave looks like it wants to go lower based off of the bearish breakdown that it has triggered. Oklo down 4, Micron down 1.7, Alibaba seeing some distribution today. That is down a little bit in the pre-market. So it does look like there's a fair amount of distribution that's occurring today, guys. GDX down 6.6. You look at your crypto market, Ethereum also down sharply. So Ethereum is down 2.45%, looking to try to lose some of the key chart moving averages here. Bitcoin right now also down sharply. So there are a few trades that I'm watching this morning. I'm going to wait for the indices. I'm not really in love with the indices setups this morning until we either get a pop or a drop. But the big trade that I'm already in, which we swung over as a day trade with members, is a nat gas short. So our KOLD is up this morning. So we are making money on our natural gas short. I think nat gas is probably going to try to retest this previous little consolidation. Look at this low volume just float and grind in the futures. And then you popped up once you started getting that more to that 4 a.m. opening time frame yesterday. But basically, I think nat gas is going to fall another, call it, 3 to 5% today. It's a bold call. We will see. If it doesn't fall, I'm okay holding that trade. But a few minutes till the open here, we will see what we have in store. So again, quantum stocks looked poised for a long, in my opinion. I'm very intrigued with them. Let me just see some of the most trades here if we haven't discussed everything. LAC, that's holding steady. Ford is seeing some sympathy. Raytheon, General Electric. Cleveland Cliffs yesterday had that big pop on earnings. It's under a little bit of pressure. Another name that's probably going to get a fair amount of a dip by, guys. CLF. If CLF comes into this little bit of a lower boundary pivot, it's probably going to catch a decent sized bid off of that area. So CLF's not looking too bad from a dead cat bounce, a pure momentum pickup. eVTOL stocks are under a little bit of pressure. All right, we got a few minutes here till the open. Just a few minutes. Let's go in split screen mode. Look at that gold chart. That is filthy. I'm going to look at this QBTS, guys. I like it a lot. I'm going to keep that on watch. Got nat gas, of course, on watch. I'm watching gold. I'm watching the dollar. Watching a couple of these high flyers like Serve, CoreWeave, Bitcoin. Let's see what happens here. We'll keep the S&P 500 on here. So just to identify some of the key support levels, this is this first initial trend line. That's that previous bullish gap that we were kind of holding above for the afternoon session. That is a bullish area that the bulls want to defend. To keep it simple, you're going to short the market below this gap and long it above. All right. So the 671.27 is technically a short below. Right now we're trading just slightly below it. but a short below, long above. All right, so we're back above it now. All right, we have a couple minutes here till the open. Again, I'm looking at QBTS picking up some longs, but I want to see it flush at least into that daily chart 20 moving average, and I'd feel a little bit better. Just a little bit better. I have some targets on KOLD, but they are a little bit higher. So we're about to open here. We are set to open in about 2 minutes, guys. Again, pretty easy day to short SPY below that gap, long it above. Give the bulls the benefit of the doubt. Let's turn on these session levels here. EMA. You can see we're quite extended from our previous opening range high and low on your S&P 500. Gold still under significant pressure this morning. Good morning, Trader 586. So Google looking pretty bearish, down 0.73. Apple slightly negative. Tesla down. Meta still strong. Microsoft acting well. Amazon's ripping. The logic, AWS outage, big outage yesterday. Amazon rips one of the strongest mega caps. Amazon seeing some considerable follow through today. It's crazy how that works, right? Pretty much the exact opposite. All right, indices are open here. SPY again still maintaining above that previous little 10-minute chart gap fill. So this red line, if we fall below that, it's a short. IWM seeing a little bit of selling. Bitcoin's trying to firm up here. Archer's down. Kraft Heinz catch up seeing another continuation move to the upside. Right now, S&P, QQQ, and IWM. Actually, QQQ is slightly flat. IWM's down 0.5%. SPY is green. CoreWeave, nasty gap down in CRWV. That's down another couple percent. Yeah, dust is absolutely moving, guys. We are obviously long DUST, looking to press those gains. Look at that move up on dust, guys. We're up over 14%. But believe it or not, there could be more. I mean, you look at gold right now, and gold is still getting absolutely smashed down to the lows. Look at GDX, guys. It's a full-fledged sell program off of the open. All right, SPY still holding technical structure above that little bit of a previous gap fill. Wow, look at gold, guys. Holy moly. QBTS. Let's see what that's doing. That's still down near the lows. I want to chop it down. QBTS. Rigetti down 1.43. You've got SoFi negative. Cleveland Cliffs down 6. Intel just went negative. Datavolt down 5.79%. Natural gas seeing a little bit of distribution. NVTS down. GSIT, another day where it's showing positive strength. Wow. Here comes some distribution in Spyland. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. SOLJ down 9.69%. What a nasty move. SOXS is catching some liquidity. Oklo down 6.39%, guys. GDX down 7.89. Bitcoin seeing some distribution. We are still seeing the S&P coming in a little bit here, trying to lose some momentum in the very short term. Look at QBTS. It's trying to come into that daily chart 20 moving average. SPY is getting heavy here. Your Russell 2000 is breaking down, guys. We could be a little bit vulnerable here. We could be a little bit vulnerable. Again, SPY's technically a short now. We're piercing that daily or that gap fill, that bullish gap. We're trying to lose it. Again, technically, if we lose this area, it's a short. You can see how they're trying to defend it in the very, very short term. But that is a 1 minute break. Let's see if they can defend it. So far, they are defending it. QBTS hitting that daily chart 20 moving average. Wow, that is enticing to scalp it long here. Super enticing. I want to see if it can pierce just a little bit more. How are we doing on the hourly chart? 10-minute chart, starting to build that divergence. Ooh, that is getting so intriguing to me, guys. So intriguing. Come on down. Look at that big bounce on SPY. Holy moly. Huge bid. Huge, huge bid. Our KOLD is ripping, guys. KOLD is ripping. Look at the member swing trade short. S&P defended that gap, so we're still in bullish environment. All right, QBTS is coming into an aggressive long level, guys. I'm going to take some, I don't know if I should do commons. We're only 4 minutes. The volatility is still probably priced in pretty sharply into these options contracts, but this is a big area now for QBTS. I mean, I could see this name making a red to green reversal, $34 calls. All right, I'm going to look at a high risk $34 call. High risk $34 call. Once we hit that yellow trend line, come on, a little bit lower. A little bit lower, come on. Nvidia's negative. WBD ripping up 10.43%. SunPower. Yeah, let's look at SunPower here. SPWR. Catching that fat candle to the upside here. Nasty, nasty, nasty. Printer. SunPower is into an area where it makes a little bit of sense. I'm going to watch it on my other screen here, guys. Gold is trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. We're still seeing the markets defending that gap fill, so it's technically in bullish environment, guys. GBTS still trying to be defended off of that lower boundary area. I never took a fill, but it's defending that 20 moving average. I was hoping for a little bit lower in the very short term. Serve Robotics catching a nice bid this morning, guys. Gold still trying to down about 3.3%, trying to firm up here. Seeing a little bit more strength. Beyond Meat, that's up 59%, 60% now. BYND, that is filthy. That move, that is crazy. Wow. What else we got? Baxter down. SE having a good day. IREN down another little bit here. Iron is seeing continuous downside. Crazy move on Iron, guys. I did take profits on my IREN, my shares. I covered IREN for just over 11% gain. So nice job if you caught that with us. QBTS is still intriguing me here, guys. It's still intriguing me. So we took profits on IREN. Beautiful job. Gold is trying to firm up here. QBTS is coming in, guys. QBTS is coming into a long level. Oh, nasty. It's coming into that beautiful Fibonacci level, 618 retrace, undercutting the 20 moving average. I like it a lot here, guys. It's very aggressive. Upside calls end of the week. Oh, why is that spread so freaking wide? Maybe we can take the 31st. Look at them knifing. Wow, that is an exceptional move to the downside right now. Exceptional move to the downside. All right, guys, I went long 33.50 calls on QBTS, 33.50 calls on QBTS, end of the week. Got filled at $1.60, $1.60. Again, I'm long 33.50 calls on QBTS. 33.50 calls on QBTS, end of week. Looking for a bit of a bounce here. That's a big, big area. Markets are now coming in. IWM losing some steam here. Members, I'm trimming half of my dust. Just over 14.2% profit. Trimming half of my dust, which is my gold miner short leverage play. UBTS is trying to, S&P getting hit pretty hard here, guys. CoreWeave getting smoked. A lot of red in the charts here. Silver Junior's down 9.75%, guys. Markets are acting a little bit weak here, guys. We could see a nasty little trend here to the downside. SPY looks heavy here, like it's gonna fall. I'm actually contemplating getting out of these calls now on QBTS just because the market is structurally breaking down here a little bit. Datavol getting slapped here. S&P. Look at CoreWeave dumping as well, guys. CRWV. I mean, talk about when a pattern breaks and triggers down another 5% today. That is just free falling right now. S&P free falling. IWM under some pressure. Wow. That is just nasty. Archer getting slapped. A lot of red on the screen. Financials are under pressure. SPY coming in. SPY's now breaking down bearishly here, guys. Breaking down bearishly. Wow, QBTS down another 7%, guys. They are liquidating these quantum names like you cannot believe. Holy moly. You have swept some daily chart support. That is just filthy. What an epic decline. in these quantum names, that's for sure. Nastiness across the board. Gold still looking a little bit heavy. GM acting very well. Warner Bros. WBD, that's acting very well. Plug Power's negative. Bitfarm's negative. Nvidia down 0.75%. Come on, Quantum. Firm up here. SPY's just so heavy right now. It's going to be tough to see any sort of strength, but quantum stocks are oversold, technically speaking. Very, very oversold. SPY is still looking very heavy here. Gold now seeing more liquidation and sell side pressure. Nastiness for the market today so far. IWM is still flushing here, guys. The Russell 2000 is still getting absolutely sold into with sheer force. S&P, they're trying to defend that gap. Nat gas is trying to bounce. Gold is still super duper weak here. We did take some profits on our dust with members, guys, locking in just over 14% on those commons. Good job. Really, really good job. Looking at gold. Wow, this QBTS is just melting. Holy moly. That is filthy. S&P still super heavy here. IWM getting absolutely wrecked. Canopy growth under some pressure. IREN down 6.5%. Silver Junior still down almost 10%. Webull down 2.6. Oklo down 8% today. Lululemon's still showing some strength. That's up 1.93%. So Lulu's actually acting quite well. Big push to the upside here. That's what I like to see. Alibaba continuously coming in. Your Russell 2000 getting fully liquidated into that gap window. This market is in trouble, ladies and gents. They are trying to lose that key zone. Again, you're seeing a little bit of short-term selling. I would be a buyer of SPY, basically back down around this. I would love to see it pierce this previous pivot and come into the 668.75 zone. That's where I would personally like to see the S&P 500 backtest. Dust is continuing to rip here, up 16.7% on dust. That is filthy. That is just absolutely downright filthy. Serve Robotics is still acting somewhat decent here. Your S&P 500 trying to catch a little bit of strength here. Just a little bit. We're still riding those QBTS calls, but the spread is blowing out, which is telling me that maybe we're going to get a little bit of a pop here, guys. So QBTS is still extremely weak, down 7.15%. Dust just printed a new high of day. MicroStrategy down 1.24. Archer down 3.84. Gold still getting sold into. It's down 3.75% on gold. WBD still having a stellar day. You're looking at your S&P 500. You are getting cracked right now. They are dumping that S&P 500. Again, we have a buy level, but it's a little bit lower. Let's look at this 5-minute chart. We are coming in. Your IWM is still fairly heavy on the hourly chart. Not really trading at any 30-minute chart support level. So the IWM still could go a little bit lower. The bigger support level I have, there's a cluster of moving averages on the hourly chart sitting around 245.40-ish. QBTS is trying to firm up here. Come on, QBTS. Again, the 33.50 calls that we're in, the spread is just blowing out. It's almost 100% spread, so I don't recommend getting long QBTS just because the spread is so high. Gold just printed another new low. It's crazy. You have to wonder where that, there's a few $1 trillion coming out of the gold market today. So if we look at it, it's a 4% down day on 29 trillion. That's 1.16 trillion in liquidity that could try to find a home at some point, guys, which is why I think a lot of stocks are probably going to catch a bit of a bid here. Wow, look at them liquidate SPY. So again, we lost that key technical bullish gap, and it's been a short ever since. Markets are still coming in heavy, 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 heavy. QBTS is trying to firm up. Silver Juniors down 11%, guys. Holy moly. SILJ getting rocked today. It's about time on those freaking charts. Those charts are some of the more extended charts. Look at this Silver Junior chart here. Just a complete bloodbath in silvers today, down 10%. Craziness, eh? Silver Juniors, just like that, in one fell swoop, has lost its daily 20 moving average. Nasty. Let's look at QBTS again. QBTS is still in a very big level here. They are trying to defend it here. Remember yesterday quantum stocks were under pressure even though the market was strong. So perhaps we're going to see maybe quantum names catch a bid here as the market is going through a bit of distribution. Are we going to see for 2 days in a row quantum stocks kind of trade in a world of their own? So that could happen. We might see them catch a little bit of a dead cat bounce. Again, it's very risky and aggressive trade, this QBTS. We're trying to pick a bottom here with these call options. But they are into it. It's a big technical level on QBTS. I'd be surprised if, with the sheer momentum that quantum stocks have seen this go around, I would be surprised if these names don't catch a bid. I mean, let's look at Rigetti here. Yeah, Rigetti is trying to firm up. It's only down 2.47%. IONQ. IONQ was green. It's actually into a big level itself. Just the main problem is the Russell's super duper weak right now. Looking at KOLD, we are still slightly green on that trade. I'm looking for a bigger push to the upside, therefore a bigger push in to the downside for natural gas. Still seeing your S&P 500 lose that bullish gap. So again, we're still technically in a short the pop environment until we really get back above that bullish gap fill from October 9th, 10th area. That is a short the pop. So this is technically a short the pop environment right now for your S&P. Although we're long QBTS, you still have a lot of bearish price action in the market today. You're still seeing some names are catching some dead cat bounces. Gold still trading down over 4% on the session. Nvidia down 0.77. What else do we have here? Come on, QBTS. We are long. We are strong. Let's see if we can take our trade profitable. Go, QBTS. Go. Bounce us. Bounce us. Healthcare stocks are under some pressure. Semis are seeing a little bit of distribution. Micron's down. Nvidia's down here. AMD seeing a little bit of distribution. IWM is trying to bounce a little bit, but still looks super weak. Bitcoin down 1.9%. Your dollar's up 0.3. Google's down 1.35. Your IWM is underperforming today. Yesterday it outperformed. Today it's underperforming. You got Meta still green, up 0.2. Tesla's down 0.6. Netflix slightly red. Amazon still outperforming. That's up 1.67%. CoreWeave still shaking and moving. Apple up 1%, acting extremely well. Wow, look at the full round trip in Cleveland Cliffs, guys. What a trap. What a trap. The rare earth metals. Fucking big trap, man. The CEO announces, boom, look at CRML, guys, down another 15% today. Holy moly, moly, moly. It is insane. That's down 6.7. Uranium getting smoked today, guys. Oklo down. Oklo is going to be down double digits the way uranium is selling, guys. SMR, what a nasty candle formation there. Oh, filthy. Filthy, filthy. Let's look at our SOXS. SOXS is still extremely oversold down here. Trying. Your SPY chart is still negative on the session and starting to come in. This QBTS is not wanting to firm up too much here as the market is still under a little bit of pressure. ENVX down about 4% on the session. CoreWeave trying to bounce a little bit. S&P 500 still trying to hold just slightly below that gap. Natural gas seeing a little bit more distribution. BYND still up 44.56%. I mean, what an absolute beast on BYND. Look at this GSIT. That is getting slightly faded from the highs today. Was very, very strong yesterday. Plug Power, ticker PLUG. New lows for the IWM. Russell 2000 is getting liquidated, guys. New lows. NVTS is getting absolutely liquidated. IREN, guys, getting absolutely crushed. That was a nice little profitable trim with members. Closing out our common shares short today. Beautiful trade if you caught that with us. We sat through a little bit of pain there, but it just shows you how these blow-off moves can go so much higher than one expects. But IREN pulling double-digit gains from the common share short. Pretty decent sized position in the investing group. A lot of stocks are starting to turn a little bit red. Go figure. KSS is trying to break out on high volume and squeeze, guys. KSSS is looking pretty decent here. Acting very, very well. Gold is still near the lows of its session. BOF, what is this? Branch Out Foods, that's having a stellar day. Let's look at GM here. Still having a stellar day. RTX. Raytheon, still a stellar day. LMT, still an absolutely, wow, LMT actually gapped down and got bought up. I didn't even see that. I swear LMT was up in the pre-market. I never saw that. Damn, that was a monster move back up. Apple's now getting faded, guys, so that's seeing some considerable distribution. EOSE, that's a strong day for EOSE, guys. QBTS still chopping around down here. Nastiness. USC still acting somewhat decent. SPY, let's take a peek at that. SPY is still getting sold into here, now testing your next previous support level. On SPY, you can see that's your previous little pivot high. It's an aggressive buy zone for a bounce. I don't really like it, personally speaking, but it is an aggressive bounce. Gold is still selling. Bitfarms down 11%. So you're seeing quite a bit of individual names really collapsing here to the downside, guys. We are definitely seeing that's a nasty head and shoulders on bit farms triggering today. Nvidia still looks like it's going through a bit of distribution. Let's look at our SOXX. Wow, semis are coming in. QBTS is still trying to bounce a little bit. But look at semis now down 1%. So here you have your SOXX, which is the heaviest weighted sector, guys, of all of the indices. It's starting to underperform your IWM, it's underperforming your Qs, and it's underperforming your S&P 500. So that is telling us that semiconductors could drag this market down pretty hard. Micron giving up its whole entire gap up yesterday. AVGO continuously seeing nasty declines here. How's Oracle? Oracle had a nasty down day yesterday. Still down just a little bit today. Microsoft is still holding steady. Google seeing a considerable amount of sell side pressure today. Amazon is still ripping to the upside. I mean, wow, look at that move on Amazon. Again, QBTS is now starting to firm up. I like it a lot. I like it. Let's see that S&P 500 again. They are trying to defend that little bit of a pivot zone. SPY is bouncing. QBTS is bouncing. I like it. Gold is trying to hold here. Gold is just cracking the daily chart 7 moving average. Its weekly chart 7 is still at 3,900. But gold on the hourly chart has triggered a M-top formation, which indicates more downside. But in the very short term, it's into a day tradable scalp level. It's now had a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 consecutive hours of sell side pressure on the gold chart. General Motors still up 13.5%, having a stellar day on its earnings. Very, very good move. QBTS is trying to make a move here, guys. SPY is still underneath its opening range low. It's in a bit of a bearish trend formation today. It's still in a short the pop mode. It's only down 0.12%, so the S&P can still fall considerably lower. We will certainly find out. Natural gas, I'm still short nat gas. Looking for a move to the downside. Silver Junior still down 11.2. SOXS is up just over 3%. Lululemon, guys, stellar move on Lulu. I like it. Look at that, breaking out to the high side as the market is going through distribution. Lululemon, if it can clear this pivot, guys, it's going to run to this 200, 205 gap fill very, very quickly. Very, very quickly. So Lululemon is acting extremely well. I'd love to see it clear this gap fill or this high pivot, because then you have a straight runway of bullish price action that will trigger about a 13% squeeze, in my opinion. So acting very well. A lot of relative strength today in Lulu. It's still a no-brainer of a buy, in my opinion. All right, Nvidia now down 1%, GDX still down 8, Ethereum getting sold into, Nat gas still green. Tesla still down 1%, Meta still green, Google struggling, Apple still green, Nvidia struggling, Amazon still ripping. Jeez, Amazon. QBTS, come on. All right, QBTS is trying to wake up here, guys. It is our only long on the session. This was a pre-market setup. We will see how good these technicals can be. I'm expecting at minimum a retest of that daily chart 20 moving average, which is lying currently at 33.28. Come on, take us back higher. Push it. Push it. Push it real good. Dun, 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 dun. Look at that nasty liquidity grab. Come on, please firm up. Take our calls in the money. Here we go. QBTS is trying to firm up here, guys. Gold, new lows, guys, on gold. Dust is still ripping to the upside here. Filthy price action. Nastiness. Archer now down about 4%. S&P trying to crack lower. So now you have the S&P selling, but the IWM is trying to stabilize, hitting an hourly chart support level on the Russell. Russell's looking like it's into a little bit of a support area that it could hold here for, maybe just a few minutes. Master Sensei asking about the VIX. What about the VIX? You bullish, you bearish on it? It's probably catching a bid today. I haven't looked at it. Yeah, it's up 3.47%. Gold new lows down 4.36. WTI crude negative. Nat gas still up 0.77. Going positive for nat gas. Dust is now up 17.5%. Your IWM is still leading the charge to the downside. Trader 586 was just looking at the VIXY. Yeah, if you want to get long the VIXY, I would wait for this bounce to occur and then short it. So the next dip in the VIX is probably the buy. But remember, if we start recapturing this key gap fill 670 118 zone, you want to get out. But SPY's still in a short the pop mode today. The only thing that scares me is gold down 4.2. That's about $1.3 trillion exiting the market. Where is that liquidity going to go? Right? That's what I'm wondering. Where the heck is that gold liquidity going to flow into? That's a serious question, guys. 1.3 trillion bonds? Yeah, you're seeing bonds getting bid up today. You could be right. You could be right. And what's really interesting, actually, that's a good comment there, Trader 586. Apple is almost in and itself a bond play, just with the pure amount of cash that they have on. So Apple right now is strong with bonds. It's showing that the market is moving capital more defensively out of those higher growth mega caps, like Google today, like Tesla, like Nvidia, and into Apple. Remember, Apple earns the most revenue. It has the most cash. It's still the most secure business, I believe, out of all the mega caps, just from a pure cash cow and revenue perspective. Obviously, its margins aren't as superior as some of the other ones, and its growth rate, but it's just a consistent cash cow. And in times of safety, that's one of the strongest things in times of uncertainty, that's one of the strongest things an investor looks for is basically cash and balance sheet strength. All right, back to the trades. Still waiting for QBTS to firm up here. It has not bounced as much as I'd like to, although it is trying to firm up off of the lows. Big bounce on S&P, so now it's a little bit better. You're getting into this vicinity where you could short the pop. I would personally wait for a retest of that gap fill, that previous gap, but S&P has had a nice bounce off of support. The risk to reward has now narrowed a bit, so you are getting a little bit more enticing on the short side. The Russell, though, is bouncing nicely. QBTS is bouncing. Again, I'm not short SPY yet. I would wait for a backtest of the 670 117 before I do anything. Gold bouncing quite nicely now. So gold seeing a 10-minute bullish engulfing candle. QBTS trying to firm up. I like it. I need some more coffee, ladies and gents. Come on, QBTS. Look at that big SPY bounce. Nastiness. Nasty. Big tail candle there on your S&P 500. Big move. Come on, QBTS. I want you to punch it to the high side. Punch it to the high side. Look at Ford. Ford's starting to rip here, guys. WBD still ripping to the upside. Let's look at IONQ. Is that firming up? Yep, IONQ. The whole quantum complex is trying to catch a bit of liquidity down here. Let's go. Let's go. Hood is down a couple percent. Haven't looked at Palantir this morning. PLTR, that's down about 1% on the session. We'll keep the S&P. SPY is still holding some short. Wow, look at the decline on Microsoft coming in, guys. Amazon still full of beast mode. Google trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Nvidia is still full bear mode, guys. Oh my goodness, Nvidia looks like it wants to target this liquidity down here. Wow, Nvidia is melting here, guys. Your SOXS is still under a lot of pressure. It's trying to firm up, but Nvidia and Microsoft are just getting liquidated this morning. Apple still holding some technical strength. Look at QBTS ripping, guys. Contracts are starting to move here. Moving. Let's go. Punch it higher, QBTS. Let's go. Beautiful bounce on QBTS. Let's pump it up. You got to pump it up. Yeah, Nvidia getting smoked. Where's the gold capital going? Where's the Nvidia capital going? SPY is barely down on the session. Where's that money going to rotate to? You know it's going to go somewhere. Is it going to rotate into VIX? Is it going to all rotate into bonds? It's got to be spread out a little bit better. QBTS, nice bounce occurring. Let's go. Let's go. We're back into 33. Come on, a little bit more. QBTS, you're still down sharply on the session. QBTS is starting to rip in the quantum land. Let's go. Let's go. Get our 3350 calls in the money. The problem is S&P is still so weak. It looks like it wants to take another leg lower here. Come on, QBTS, keep it going. Keep it going. Beyond Meat still up 43.5%. Damn. Damn. That is filthy. Look at Lulu. I love seeing Lulu outperforming today. Still up 3.6%. I like it a lot. Snapchat seeing some buy side pressure. I like that a lot too. Duolingo trying to recover after it had a hard down day yesterday. Come on, Lululemon. Breakout. UPS seeing some considerable buying. Oklo still down 7.71%. IONQ goes green, guys. IONQ goes green. What are the chances we get this QBTS to go green? That would be a grand slam of a hit. Speaking about baseball last night, I'm happy that the Toronto Blue Jays are going to the World Series. Beautiful game last night. That was a crazy game against Seattle. The Jays are probably going to get slapped against the LA Dodgers, but I love playoffs. When playoffs hit, the energy is much better. Nat Gas is trying to firm up here. There appears to be some potential, maybe some news on Boeing. Boeing is trying to break out to the highs of the session. Take a look at BA. Again, I still think Boeing is going to have to push higher off of this zone. It's had a lot of positive news in recent trading sessions. For it to be down here is almost a discounted opportunity. All right, your Russell 2000 is catching a nice bid off of the lows. So IWM is seeing some considerable strength, acting very well. Still have quite a few number of earnings after the bell. Nat gas is spiking higher here. Nat gas is trying to make another push to the high side, showing its strength and momentum. QBTS, we're still waiting on quantum stocks to firm up. Again, we did see IONQ briefly go positive there. Still have Ethereum down on the session. Tesla's trying to catch some liquidity. It's still down 0.78. Nvidia down 1.3. Amazon still ripping up 2.38%. Gold still down 4.15. 10-year yield down 0.78. 2-year yield down half. VIXI still up 2.44%. Your dollar got slightly faded, but still green on the session. Your Russell 2000 is now catching a really sizable bid. Take a look at that bounce. That was the cluster of moving averages on the hourly chart that we back tested the 20 and the 50. So the IWM is bouncing sharply. Look at QBTS, guys. Go. 3350 calls are almost in the money. You can thank me now or you can thank me later. No, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves yet. We have not secured profits. Or I haven't. If you want to secure, by all means. I'm waiting for first trim once we get these calls in the money. Here we go, guys. QBTS 3350 calls are green and in the money. Beautiful little trade there, guys. QBTS calls are green and in the money. All right, guys, I trimmed half of my QBTS. Trimmed half of my QBTS calls. Locking in some gains, going to protect it with a break-even stop loss. Trade is risk-free. 3350 calls that we took near the lows are in the money. That's our first winning trade on the session. Beautiful little bounce. Nice trade. Thank you, Sarfraz. Stop loss at break even, guys. So I took a sell fill there at 215, guys. Stop loss is at $1.60 for me. QBTS could still go green to that gap fill. Look at that beautiful daily chart bottoming tail that's starting to firm up here. Massive move, guys. Massive move. Look at that. What I will do is if we hit the gap fill, I will sell another quarter of the position, and then I will leave about 25% of the position on the table. All right. So basically, I have only 4 contracts left. Thank you, Caleb. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, guys. Again, if you're long QBTS, I'm just going to keep a break even on those calls. Break even stop loss. SPY is still in a troublesome environment. You could still see a short the pop, guys. SPY is technically into a shortable level here. I'm personally waiting for a little bit of a pierce of that previous gap fill around 671.14. It depends on the trade there, Maria. Sometimes you got to scan through the options trade. Maria asking you buy in the money calls. I buy in the money and out of the money. Those are out of the money calls. So we took the 3350s when we were hitting this yellow trend line down here, and it did even dip more, right? You can see it. But what I was seeing was I didn't like the spread on some of the strikes. So you have to kind of, sometimes you have a plan going into a trade and you want to take a certain strike zone, but you have to really consider what the spread is, the open interest, the volume. So there's a few things you want to look at. If the spread is too high, you don't want to just slap the ask and get filled at the highest end of the spectrum because that's a recipe for disaster. So we took something that was a little bit closer in the strike because those other ones were too high for me, which was kind of telling me that you're probably going to get a big reversal whenever they're kind of keeping some contracts pretty expensive for a move that is, not as likely to happen. It's kind of an indication that you might get that move. All right, SPY retesting that short zone, guys. What are we at? 671. What are these 671 puts worth right now? $1.15, $1.16. Let's see. A little bit more green starting to appear on the screen. I'm seeing names like BlackBerry, Ouster, Nike, Serve Robotics. So some of your more speculative trades have turned to the green side. Probably the better market to short today is going to be your Qs, just with the pure weakness in the semis today. So the better short setup is probably in your QQQ versus your SPY. Interesting. But I just like the way SPY moves. Got more analysis on it. All right, QBTS still trying to rip to the upside here, guys. SPY's back to the green side. Technically, this is a long, but I think we're doing a liquidity sweep, guys. I think this is a liquidity sweep on SPY. Not really trusting it, but it's a nice recovery of that gap. All right, I'm going to short SPY here, guys. 671 put at 94 cents. High risk. 671 0 DTE on SPY. 94 cents, guys. High risk. Size it accordingly. My stop loss on the trade is going to be basically a close back above that opening range high. So if we get a close back above that opening range high on SPY, I will stop out on the trade. Big bounce on your S&P. They are entering some, still trying to press SPY higher here. Big push. Really sizable bid there. Nasty move to the upside. So far I'm down on my put options. We'll see if that's one big liquidity grab. Again, the trend is still strong, especially if we recapture that OR high. This market could see a very strong trend. QBTS is starting to come in. Your Russell 2000 still acting well, but seeing some minor touch of selling. Markets are trying to push here. I might take a stop loss on my SPY put contracts. Looking for a 3-minute close above this opening range high. If they get us to have a 3-minute close above that OR high, I would take a stop on that trade. Yeah, market's in full bull mode. So again, technically I'm going against what I said. I said it's bullish above this previous gap, which is what we've seen. I was thinking this was a bit of a liquidity grab before we go lower, but they have ramped it up here. IWM is still trying to push. Your US dollar is still softening a touch here. Gold still down 4.5%. New lows for gold. That is crazy. A little bit of an influx of volume here. S&P is trying to break out here. They are trying to break us here. What a bounce back to the highs of the session, taking SPY positive. You still have Qs and Russell negative, but your S&P is showing some great relative strength and trying to punch this market higher. DUST now up 17.44%. Your S&P 500 is still surging here, looking like it wants to take out the highs. Nasty move. What a strong bounce off of those lows. Already almost a $2 bounce on SPY. Your VIX got absolutely slapped. Gold still going lower. Big area for the bulls. Opening range high. Let's see if they want to keep us range bound a little bit longer. On a technical basis, we should still see some more consolidation and chop. I think the markets could easily keep chopping us from the high to the low today, guys, until maybe we get an afternoon breakout. So right away, we're basically just flat. Come on, contracts. Come on down. Here we go. So sitting through a bit of volatility, we're back to the flat side on our contracts. GBTS, SPY getting rejected here. So no 3-minute close outside that OR range. Your dollar's getting faded though. I don't like that. Here we have an example where the gold is getting faded, your dollar's getting faded. It's actually helpful for your S&P here. SPY trying to push right back up to the high side. IWM still acting somewhat well. ENVX pushing, dollars trying to fall, gold still down almost 5%, 4.67, 4.7% of melting here. Gold testing 4150. Full out liquidation on gold today. That is a nasty 4-hour M-top break on gold. You've triggered the break on gold on the 4-hour chart. Take a look at this. I'll pull it up here, but gold, you have triggered the break on the 4-hour chart. You're looking to confirm it. There's still 3.5 hours left in this candle. I mean, damn, that is a nasty, nasty fall in gold. Come on, SPY. Come on down. Come on down. Take us to TP1. I'll look to trim half of my contracts at pierce of this OR low. At a pierce of this opening range low, I'll look to trim half of my SPY puts. Again, we should see a bit of a chop fest today, guys. I don't think we're going to get a breakout early in the morning on SPY. I think we're going to chop around here, and then it's going to be an afternoon breakout. So just keep in mind, I think that if we get to the highs of the range, you short it. If you get to the lows, you kind of long it until we violate it on, say, your 5 and 10-minute candles. But it's looking like we could be a bit of a chop fest in the indices today, and that would be healthy. You know, to digest yesterday's move would be healthy for the market. I would not mind seeing that at all. Maria says, I see it. We'll go higher on the SPX. Thank you for your input, Maria. Lululemon, Hershey, Adobe, Costco, AEO, RKT, all doing very well. Nice dip there on SPY, guys. Boom, contracts are exploding here. $1.20, come on down, a little bit more SPY. All right, that's also a good trim area right there, guys. It's not a bad trim zone to take some profits. I'm going to trim half of my cons here at $1.20, guys, $1.20. I'm going to trim half right there at $1.20. My SPY puts, beautiful little gain. That was a nice hard impulse candle down. It's hard for me to not take profits when you get an impulse candle down. So beautiful, beautiful little trim. All right, stop loss will be at 94 cents, break even, guys. Nice little scalp there. This is what I mean by a chop fest, guys. Beautiful. All right, TP2 I'm going to raise a little bit here. I'm going to just put it right before that kind of that previous little double bottom. Beautiful little decline, still continuously seeing contracts absolutely printed there, guys. Look at gold still getting liquidated. My oh my. Holy moly. SPY is still ripping to the downside, guys. Here we go. Knife it. Knife it lower. Come on. Crack that level. Let's go. Pay us. Beautiful short, guys. Beautiful. Look at gold getting liquidated almost down 5%. This is a nice technical sell in the market. Take us back down to that range low. Come on. Beautiful move, guys. Oh my goodness. Pay us today. All right, guys, I'm going to trim a little bit earlier here. We've cracked that opening range low. You're doing a little bit of a liquidity sweep. All right, guys, I'm all out of my SPY. I'm all out. I'm all out. I closed it before TP2, guys. Locking in gains. Beautiful. That was just a hard sell very quickly, guys. Hard sell very quickly. I'm all out of my 671 puts, guys. All out of the 671 puts. Beautiful. Epic. 2 for 2, guys. My money has been made. I can just sit back now and relax and wait for another sublime setup. So just be careful. It's a chop fest today, guys. I don't know if SPY is going to crack. I don't think they're going to crack SPY lower. I think they're just going to chop us here. Like I said, it's going to be range bound, I think, until they give us a bigger directional move. I'd be surprised if they crack us this early or break us out. So it's looking like a bit of a short the pop, long the dip kind of a day. Thank you, Sarfraz. Yep, 53% gain on the runners. Beautiful. Amazing, guys. That is how we do it here. All within the first hour of trading, I have made my money. Amazing. Gold still getting liquidated here. Again, QBTS is almost at my stop loss. Look at gold, guys, now down 5.3%. Oh my goodness gracious me. That is just a filthy, filthy decline. Here's a bit of a long coming up in gold. All right, guys, I just closed my full dust position, members. I just closed my full dust for 18% gain on ticker DUST. I closed my full position there on DUST common shares, locking in 18% gain. All out, I'm expecting a bit of a bounce here in gold. Gold could be due for a mean reversion bounce here. Intraday mean reversion bounce. Intraday. See SPY again. SPY now selling more. Anyone still holding runners? You're ripping. You are absolutely flying. Beautiful move. That's crazy. If it's for a scalp, Caleb, that's about it. But I would not be buying gold here. You're finally seeing gold going through quite a bit of downside potential. That's a hard M top, double top formation. The downside of this M top formation is quite a bit lower. Basically, you should see gold at least sell down to call it 4,000, 4,050. So I don't think it's a long, but intraday, yeah, you could get a nice bounce. You could easily get a bounce back to 41.50 on gold, even 41.60. So not a bad day tradable level. All right, guys. So we are chopping around. It is a chop fest in your S&P land. So just be careful now. The volume's going to start to thin out over the next 15, 20 minutes. Individual tickers probably have better opportunity than SPY and Qs and Russell. Russell's acting somewhat well. Lululemon got Phalo, Duolingo, strong day. Snapchat seeing a nice bid today. Snapchat's actually at the highs, breaking out, guys. Snapchat could be a runner today. There is quite a bit of liquidity that's still leaving your semiconductor market today. So Snapchat is trying to, I guess, capture some of that liquidity, it looks like. Chipotle Mexican Grill, that's having a good day. CMG, guys, looks very solid still. Even with the little consolidation you've had, this is one of the best looking charts, even from an oversold. I mean, look at these daily chart bull flags forming right at a previous inverted head and shoulders neckline. Looking pretty juicy. Still green, QBTS still trying to firm up just a touch here. Just gonna grab some more coffee, guys. I'll be back in 2 minutes here. Look at the chop slop in SPY, guys. So again, it looks like now we're gonna be forming an inverted head and shoulders potential on SPY. I would be a little bit cautious about that pattern. I don't think they're gonna break us out. But as you can see, we take this little neckline here now. Looks like they're gonna pop us up to the neckline. They're probably gonna try to do a liquidity grab. That's likely another short again. So keep that on watch. All right, just give me a second, grab some more coffee, guys. So gold's still selling here, guys. It seems that some of that liquidity is going into the markets right now. Nvidia is still under pressure, down 1.2. Google still down 1.68. Oklo down 8.2. DocuSign, ACN, Skyworks all seeing some strength. Silver Junior still down 11. Robinhood down 2.21%. You know what else is today, guys? Big soccer day, Champions League games starting in a couple hours. I gotta look at some bets to make, do some research. Anyone watch Champions League? Big punch through on your S&P 500, guys. Really big bid. UBTS trying to make it a little bit of a push higher. Natural gas starting to come in just a little bit here. Gold just getting no love, guys. No love for gold. MicroStrategy has turned back to the green side. Let's see what Bitcoin's actually, yeah, catching a little bit of a rip here. I think someone, yeah, sorry for as you called that out a little bit ago. BTC trying to recapture and break out here. Consolidating at 110,000. BTC is not looking too bad here. Take a look at BTC acting quite well in the very near term. It's consolidating right above that prior day low. So acting very well off that vicinity. Look at just gold getting liquidated. I mean, gold's going to have an epic bounce at some point, down 5.68%, guys. Look at this big divergence. I mean, is there a GDX trade here? Holy moly. Look at that. What are GLD calls? All right, there's going to be a gold trade here, guys. Let me just set this up, a gold long. Let's just look at some GLD calls here. So we're at 377, October 22nd. Where are we at? 377. Let's see if we get a bounce back to 380. Could easily happen. All right, guys, I'm gonna take a long here on GLD. I'm gonna grab some 380 calls for tomorrow. Let's just let this, I want to see if it can flush one more little dip. Gold's getting ready, guys. It's getting ready here. Wow, yeah, it's getting really ready. I gotta look at some levels here. Come on, give me a new low, GLD. Give me a new low. Give me a new low. Come on. Get ready, guys. A new low sweep on GLD. I'm gonna look at some 380 calls for tomorrow. Think GLD is heading to 375? Yeah, it could. I think you're right. But for a scalp, you think it's 375 today? Yeah, it could hit to 375 for sure. It's a big sell on gold. Really big sell. All right, there's new lows on GLD, guys. I just took a stab, half position, GLD, half position long, guys. 380, 380 call, half position. And I got filled at 3.35, guys, 3.35. Half position long. Again, this is aggressive. We're trying to, again, bottom pick an asset, but this is gold we're talking about. It still has a massive weekly chart trend. Nice bounce starting. Come on, gold. Get your big butt up there. Let's look at the Dixie on my other screen here. DXY. Nice bounce starting to occur. Nice bounce starting to occur. Come on. Let's go, gold. Come on. Big bounce, gold, big bounce. Dollar is still trying to push here, seeing a little bit of 5-minute sell side pressure. That's helpful. Look at that bottom tick. Gold calls are starting to wake up. Come on. Huge bounce, gold. Come on. Keep her going. You've got more in you. Barely, that's barely a 10-minute bounce on gold. Come on. You got more. Come on, give us a 10-minute bottoming tail. You've now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours of sell side pressure, consecutive sell side pressure on gold. So from that 8th hour candle, gold, yeah, down sharply, eh? Crazy. Still a hard asset right now. Come on, GLD. IWM is trying to punch through the highs. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Contracts are ripping. My profit target is to get these 380s in the money, guys. I'll look to trim half. As of now, we are green. My stop loss would be basically be a close below this little bit of a tail candle on the 3-minute chart. If GLD closes below this 3-minute tail candle now, this bullish hammer candle on your 3-minute chart, I will take a stop on the trade. Nice amount of volume that traded down there. IWM is trying to punch through to the high side. QBTS is trying to make another move. 3350 calls are back green in the money. S&P 500 still just chopping around here. Let's look at SPY real quick. SPY is still range bound at the high of that resistance. We are just focusing on gold, purely speaking right now. We are seeing that dollar starting to get sold into. So that's what caused the gold to have another leg lower. We bought gold when Dixie was having an impulsive move to the upside into resistance level. You can see gold is trying to put in a 10-minute little hammer candle. Come on, give us more. You got a lot of room to potentially bounce. You haven't even started to curl up on your 10-minute RSI yet. You've put in a nice positive divergence, oversold on the 20, oversold on the hourly. Come on, gold. Come on, I want more. Bounce it, GLD, bounce it. Come on. Again, guys, I'm going to look to take half of my contracts off of the table. Come on, gold, you got more. We're pushing almost up 20% here. Come on, you got more in you. Where are we at for resistance? 20 days all the way at 7 days all the way up there. Wow. A little bit more GLD. Come on. QBTS trying. Nat gas starting to soften up just a little bit. Yields are still down. Gold down 5.5%. Crude oil slightly negative. Bitcoin turning green up 0.4. SPY's green. Dow components green. QQQ still negative. Russell 2000 slightly negative but well off of the lows. Amazon up 2.17 and ripping. Microsoft down 0.23. Nvidia down 1. Apple up 0.3. Google underperforming down 1.58. Meta slightly red down 0.11. Tesla down 0.76. Still waiting on GLD to give us a bigger move to the upside here. Gold did put in a little bit of a 10-minute hammer candle, bottoming tail intraday. Let's see if they retrace it, and let's see if the retrace gets bought. The only troublesome price action that I'm seeing is the Dixie is trying to make another push here. That is troublesome. Come on, GLD, keep going, keep going. Come on, GLD, push it, push it, push it. Come on. Your dollar index is trying to firm up here, guys. Come on, gold. Gold is still enough oversold that it could still bounce here. Come on, take us over $4 on these contracts. Take us over. The ask is at $4. I want that bid to get over $4 before we trim. Dollar trying to make a push here. IWM almost going green on this session. Liquidity starting to come back into the equity market. Cabin saying inverse head and shoulders forming on the GDX 5-minute. Let's take a peek. Yeah, you got a left shoulder. You now have a defined head here. You would need to push up, sell off, create a right shoulder. We will certainly watch that. Oh, your dollar index is ripping here, guys. Ripping. Fuck, that Dixie is trying to keep gold in check here. Damn. Dixie, what are you doing? What are you doing? How's your S&P doing? S&P breaking out here. Trying to. Running into prior day high. That's a shortable level. A sweep of this high pivot, guys, is a shortable level on SPY. I still think that this is going to be a fake breakout. I think the move is a little bit too early. Although the pattern's looking very strong, I think the SPY pattern is a little bit too early. Here we go. Gold is trying to push again. Come on, give it to us. Nat gas still selling. So if you're an aggressive trader, you will short the liquidity spike through this high pivot zone. 672 puts. All right, we're up over 20% on these GLD calls. Beautiful. One more little push, guys. I'm going to sell my GLD calls. One more little push. Come on. One more little push. Come on. Don't run out of steam right there. GLD, you had it. You had it. Breakout. Gold is still acting A-OK. SPY still acting quite well. SPY is still ripping. There is your high pivot breakout sweep. That is your aggressive short. Again, it's aggressive shorting a breakout. I'm not personally doing it. I'm just looking at my gold position because it's a pretty big position. Just monitoring this closely. Markets are starting to rip, but SPY printing new high of day and flying. Let's see if they do a liquidity grab and sweep, guys. Are they going to punish the breakout buyers? Are they going to? That is the question. All right, dollar softening a touch here at the highs. Gold is still trying to press. Come on. Take us one more little punch through. One more little punch through. VIX is dead. Yep, VIX is dead. Come on, gold. Punch it. Get back to 41.40. Come on, GLD. Where are the bulls at now? This thing has been a monster. Where are you at? Where are you at? Look at that S&P 500 gaining traction. All right, here comes GLD. Punch it. High volume impulse candle. GLD 380s are almost in the money. S&P, come on, gold. Dollar's still softening a little bit. Take these 380 calls. Green in the money. Gold, don't tease me like that. Don't tease me. Punch it. Dollar's still softening. S&P ripping, gaining traction and liquidity. S&P spiking to the upside here, guys. Look at that move. 1 minute chart breakout. You've triggered an inverted head and shoulders on SPY. It's looking now a little bit trendy. I personally thought the move was going to happen later in the afternoon. Just shows you a bit of a failed head and shoulders pattern. The bears fumbled, bulls took full advantage, and we are ripping now in SPY land. I spy with my little eye, new all-time highs. Gold is still trying to climb here. Come on, GLD, take these 380s in the money. S&P spiking. Boom, 380 GLD calls in the money, guys. I am selling, I am selling, I am selling. Just sold my GLD calls at $4.15. You could even get a better exit than me. I am all out, a full sell position. It might go higher, but that was a pretty big position for me going into gold like that. I am all out locking in my profits on GLD 380 calls. Nice job if you hit that with us. 3 for 3. Let's go. Again, I'm all out of my GLD calls, guys. Beautiful gain. – 24% gain for me, guys. I love it. So $1,200 profit for me on GLD. A stunning day. I love it. Amazing to see. Sorry for saying couldn't take the GLD trade. Yeah, I took 15 contracts there on GLD. The reason I was confident in gold is it's one, it's gold. Two, gold is still in a raging bull market on the weekly chart. So you are going to be expecting a big bounce. And look at the level that we traded into. So this is a weekly chart level. So we're using a weekly chart level off of an intraday scalping time frame. So this is gold's first major weekly pullback, testing a massive wide range green bar candle on a ton of volume. Look at the volume that we had on that previous weekly candle. That was like an 80% setup, intraday. And then you look at how oversold we were just purely based on the gold chart itself. Look at that move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That was 8 hours of consecutive selling. It was a bigger sell program than your original dip. And you were extremely oversold on your hourly chart, extremely oversold on the 20. You were putting in a beautiful positive divergence on your 10-minute chart. That was an excellent trade. Retesting that first initial fib level. So how did we get that fib level? Well, we took it from the consecutive hourly distribution zone. So this was a big sell program put in place by institutions and likely central banks. So I wanted to take that high fib level where the selling really started to see and drop it down to our low, and we kind of got that very perfect almost initial fib retrace. Could gold bounce a little bit more? Yeah, gold could actually bounce a little bit more here. I'm expecting gold to probably bounce back to, I would say, 4150. 4150, I think somewhere in between this initial red bar rejection and this initial bounce candle is where gold could actually bounce to. That's your aggressive target, 4160 to 4180. But I'm not personally holding anymore. That was a quick scalp, in and out, big market, raging bull market. Look at that. Nice little impulse move through that area. Again, you could technically buy a retrace here. If you get a 50% retrace, of this little bit of a bottoming, you could buy it. just understand gold is definitely going through a bit of a sell program. All right, so SPY, let's flip these charts around here. SPY is still acting exceptionally well, guys. In full bull mode right now. I would not step in front of the short train. You can even see there was a small little 1-minute liquidity drop, but this market, as long as it holds above its prior day high now, it's in full bull mode. You've triggered what? A beautiful inverted head and shoulders on your S&P 500. So dips today are likely going to get bought up. You know, we have a target just based off of a 5-minute breakout of 673 and change. So 673.80ish or 70ish is our upside target based off of this pure inverse. And then you have to take into consideration with us pressing that close to the previous all-time high, SPY's looking like it's going to make a new all-time high today. There's a strong chance of it. You got a lot of liquidity coming out of gold. You know, the only thing I'd watch is semis. If semis fail to take out this high pivot, then maybe they will kind of hinder SPY a little bit. But technically speaking, you can long SPY above your opening range high. So if you get a back test, that's a little bit of a long entry. I would consider a long on SPY if we pushed back down to OR high. I would consider some Lotto 673 calls. But 673 calls look pretty good to hit today, guys. All right, looking at natural gas, trying to shake us out of our short position. No, sirree, you ain't shaking me out. Back to the negative side, printing a failed 5-minute inverse head and shoulders pattern on nat gas. This is going to now plummet here, guys. Nat gas tried breaking out of this high pivot, giving us a lower high in place. Now you're looking for a lower low. I still stand true that 380 is on watch. KOLD, we are green on the trade. We swung that overnight. It's been choppy. You've had chances to enter. I am still long KOLD, looking for my first trim above 34. TP1 is above 34.08, around that area. Actually, I'm going to raise that now. I'm going to raise it to about 34.25, just before that first fib level. That would be about a 2.6% gain on our KOLD long. So we'll keep nat gas on watch here because it is falling pretty precipitously. Let's see what happens here. Dollar is getting slightly faded. QBTS, guys, we still have some runners in place. MicroStrategy back above 300. Nice move there. Webull trying to turn positive. Nice move on ACN today. Look at that breakout on ACN, guys. Stunning intraday, looking like a very strong bullish chart is about to break out on ACN. What type of a rounding formation is this? We have discussed it numerous times. Just give me 1 second, guys. I want to see what these city workers are doing outside my house. Just give me a sec. Yeah, Adobe's ripping as well. TTD saw some bullish call flow. That's ripping as well. So a lot of these stocks in this complex are catching a little bit of liquidity. Let's look at these IGV. How's ASAN doing? Yeah, look at cloud-based stocks. They are flying. ASAN up a couple percentage points today. Doing well. DocuSign seeing some strength today. Trying to break out. Gold still down 5% on the tape. Crazy. Apple still holding steady, Nvidia catching a nice bit off of the lows. Look at QBTS, it's trying to move here, guys. Potential little bullish 5-minute chart breakout attempt on QBTS. QBTS is still down 2%. It could go green. Yep, Serve Robotics is doing quite well. Up 2.65% and trying to squeeze. So you got a lot of these names that were under pressure making bullish reversals and breakouts. So Serve acting very, very well. ENVX is another one that's trying to eat through some of that bearish gap down that it had. Acting very, very well. So you are seeing a lot of red to green reversals. Look at QBTS, guys. Going for a new high of day. Now targeting that gap. Punch it higher here. Love to see it punch higher. Look at SPY building that bull flag right over prior day high. Looking exceptionally bullish. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'll be right back. Gold and silver getting a nice bounce, so we traded that. We traded gold. We were in the GLDs. We already took profits. So we picked the low. Look at that bottom tick. Almost to the penny. We ticked the low in GLD. And anyone still holding, you are ripping. But I took my profits. Again, in and out. $1,200 gain. 24%. Bang, bang. But a nice bounce in gold. Look at the bounce in silver. Even bigger. Pretty impressive for sure. Very impressive. QBTS, guys, is still climbing here. Contracts are up over $2. 33.50s are in the money and green. We are putting in a red to green reversal. This market is in full bull mode right now. Sit back, watch your calls, absolutely print. I don't think there's going to be much that stops this market today. Crazy. Come on, QBTS. I'd love to see QBTS on the daily chart. Let's just see what type of a move here. So the next major fib is at 35.16. Let me just mark that in here. We'll put it in red. Let's make it a little bit thinner. So that's off of the bullish backtest and retrace. If we do a fib retrace from this high to the low, oh yeah, that's probably where it wants to go, guys. 35 bucks is where QBTS wants to go today. That, as long as the market remains firm, QBTS could bounce to $35 today. That would put it up on the session. It would put it up about 2.2%. That would be a stellar move, guys. That would be crazy. So $35. Let's mark that area in. That's where my next TP is. Punch it higher. Go, 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 baby. We are in Ripland. Polls KSS is up 4.3. That's starting to squeeze, guys. Look at KSS making a move here. Ouster trying to make a little bit of a push here intraday, bouncing phenomenally well. Nike having a stellar day right now, breaking out to the high side. Look at that move on NKE, absolutely flying to the high side. Webull making a bullish reversal. ACN still strong. So you're getting a lot of stocks that have underperformed are catching some of that liquidity from semis. Look at Lululemon, new high of day. Lululemon is punching higher here. That's probably the easiest investment you can make. Look at UPS, peekaboo breakout. See you later, alligator. Snapchat having a nice day today. Duolingo recapturing pretty much almost its entire losses from yesterday. Still got a little bit of work to do. PayPal. PayPal is still another one that is so oversold down here. I mean, this company needs to have a big move. I really thought this pop was the start of the breakout, but it was just too easy. Starbucks seeing some follow through today. Bitcoin ripping right now. BTC is absolutely flying to the high side. Good call out there, Sarfrez. We were putting that boy. Look at that beautiful last 30 minutes on Bitcoin. Absolutely flying to the high side. MicroStrategy also trying to push and try to test that high pivot again. Picked up some SPY calls, a half position, 673 calls, 0 DTE. This is only a smaller size, but this is your back test of opening range high, your little bit of a neckline. So I'm long SPY here. We will see if it wants to firm up. Again, 673 0 DTEs. I'm long SPY. It's high risk. High risk. You get a better fill than me. But that is a nice back test. Let's see if they want to trend it into the rest of the session. And again, for me, 673 SPY calls. I picked up 8 contracts. So it's a little bit of a smaller trade, but it's a 0 DTE. So if the 673s print, it will be a nice trade. So we're long SPY, guys, long SPY. QBTS still holding runners on that trade. Market's still in full bull mode today, guys. The only hindrance is your NASDAQ and um, certain mega caps, but we have quite a bit of relative strength underneath the hood of the market. A lot of stocks are still looking like they're trying to make red to green reversals. Again, this is a high risk trade because it's buying out of the money and it's 0 DTEs. Again, if you're trading zeros, just always size for loss. If you can't handle a 50% drawdown or even 100% drawdown, you shouldn't be trading, but my stop loss on this trade would probably be about 50% loss. So ENVX still trying to climb here. BABA still getting slapped around. Gold starting to trickle a little bit lower now. Worst feeling, I can't find my other AirPod. I don't know where the hell I had it. I opened my case this morning. I was like, what the heck? Where's my other AirPod? Gone. Don't know where I lost that thing. I got one of them. All right, SPY trying to come in here. Big level. Big level. QBTS still ripping. SPY is still trying to shake out some of the weak hands here. You can get an even better fill than me. Much better fill than me. PBTS still looks decent. Yes, it is a 0 DTE. Good morning, Abez. It's a 0 DTE. It's almost like a little bit of a lotto on SPY, but you have broken out. You're just shaking out a little bit of people right now. Back testing that neckline. Opening range high. Again, it's only 8 contracts for me, so a little over 300 bucks here. I've already banked quite a bit of profits. We'll see if we can go 4 for 4 here in the live trading room. Lots of action from QBTS call options going in the money to GLD calls going in the money. We caught an initial SPY short off of the open. Now we're long, so 1 short, 3 longs today. It's been a wild session. SPY's still struggling here. Volume starting to lighten up here. Come on, hold the line, SPY, hold the line. All right, so SPY is trying to trend here a little bit. C saying good plays, but I'm holding my gold longs. Okay. We'll see if how much gold wants to sell. Just understand that there is a bit of a bearish formation on gold. It is distinguished. Again, I agree that it's oversold intraday, but you have triggered an M-top formation, so just understand that. The bigger downside target is 4,040 bucks on gold, but this is a 4-hour M-top formation. You've broken it. You're looking to confirm it in the next 2.5 hours. So this 4-hour candle will drastically swing the probabilities in favor of more decline in gold if it confirms below this previous breakdown candle. Nice punch through on your S&P 500. So SPY is starting to act a little bit better here. Come on, SPY, recapture that prior day high. Come on. Nat gas still acting quite well. QBTS still down 1.83%, trying to firm up. Dixie right back to its opening range low, so trading near where the bulls should try to defend. Gold is still acting well. It's very oversold intraday. I mean, that's how we trade on the long side, but just understand it could chop around down here, burn some premium. Financial stocks are still seeing a little bit of distribution today. Morgan Stanley down, JP Morgan slightly down. Home builders are strong today. Ethereum had a big rip to the upside. What else do we have going on? MicroStrategy crypto acting very, very well in the near term. Newmont Mining still down 9.42%. China stocks are still under distribution. Affirm, buy now, pay later, that's having a stellar day. AMD still down 1.1%. Capital One, that's seeing some strength. TLT still green. Gold still down over 5%. I would like to see if gold can bounce back above that 5% down level, but it's looking weak, and your dollar's still showing some signs of accumulation. S&P 500, some slight rejection off of that prior day high level. Again, this is a big area for the market. You're back testing that little bit of a breakout zone. We'll see if the bulls can fight this strength. So here's my bold call, guys. If we take out this high pivot, I think we're going to make new all-time highs, say, on the S&P 500. It looks like we're going to make new all-time highs this week. You know, what are we, Wednesday, Tuesday today? So we still got a few more trading sessions before the market's probably going to make new all-time highs. And you think about it from a technical and fundamental standpoint, gold down 5% right now, 5% take away, 29 trillion, 30 trillion, so minus 5%. So that's about 1.5 trillion in liquidity that could flow into stocks. And I think that's what you're seeing. You're actually seeing quite a bit of relative strength in the market today. Look at RSP, guys. RSP is your equal weighted S&P 500 up 0.6% outperforming SPY. What is that telling you? That is telling you that people are broadening out their investments. They're going into names like Staples. They're going into consumer discretionary stocks like Nike, Lulu. You're seeing retail stocks doing quite well this morning. So the market is kind of broadening out, which is technically a healthy sign to see because it's taking a little bit of that stress off of the mega cap tech stocks. So you're seeing RSP acting very, very well. So I still think SPY can push up. We are in 673 0 DTE SPY calls. We're also still writing half of the QBTS calls that we took at the lows. Those are in the money. We've already taken a nice chunk of profit. So let's see if we can get a nice trend day into the afternoon. I still expect a potential trend to occur. All right, what else do we got? Chipotle Mexican Grill, stellar day chart patterns looking exceptional on the daily chart. Lithium stocks are still under a little bit of pressure today. Nuclear stocks are still under quite a bit of pressure. Let's see what else we got. Airbnb up 1.44, Rivian up 2.94, China still under pressure, energy under pressure. Let's see, how are our space stocks doing? So ASTS is only down about 1%, RKLB only down about 0.42%. So we're still seeing space stocks holding a fair amount of their gains. They have gone through a bit of selling over the last couple of days, along with some of those higher beta names. But ASTS, look at this interesting little parallel channel that it's trying to hold. A longer term parallel channel bouncing quite nicely. Let's look at Rocket Labs real quick. RKLB still chopping near the highs. Rocket Lab still has potential to $75, guys. IONQ went from red to green, putting a little bit of a daily chart bottoming tail. Obviously the day's not closed yet, but I am expecting some of these quantum names to get a little bit of a push and hoorah into end of day. S&P still seeing some backing and filling off of that previous little neckline. Lululemon now up 5.2% on Lulu. That is absolutely ripping to the upside today, guys. Stunning price action in Lulu. Amazing. Look at Lulu trying to clear that massive high pivot resistance. A little bit of selling in there. But the difference in this rally into this high pivot resistance zone is it's a rally from a higher low. So it's a little bit of a bullish sign. But wow, 5% on Lulu. Stunning move. Let's look at MSTR. Still trying to rip intraday. New highs. Coinbase. Still trying Marathon Digital. Still trying NatGas. Still just chopping around. Trying to hold some structure. KOLD. Still trying to hold some structure down there. S&P 500. Still just chopping around, trying to rope in liquidity on both sides of the trade. It's choppy. It's choppy and sloppy. Come on, SPY. Don't stop me out. Don't stop me out. Don't do it. Don't break down. Oh no. They're doing another liquidity grab. Trying to chop it down. SPY is trying to lose some ground here. Not too good. That's not a good breakdown there. Come on, S&P. What are you doing? 10-minute chart. Yep, nasty little breakdown there. Come on, SPY. Get your big butt up there. Is that another big liquidity sweep? Through your 1-minute EMA. Come on, hold steady. Hold it steady. Dollar is trying to firm up a little bit more now, guys. Semis, your SOXX is the culprit for hurting SPY there. Still have RSP acting quite well, but semis are going through a little bit of sell side pressure. Nvidia is still down 0.6. Google, wow, Google. What the heck just happened to Google, guys? Maybe that was, holy moly, Google down 4% today? I didn't even see that. Why did no one alert me? Whoa, Google down 4% is huge, guys. That's a nasty decline on Google. That would have been a grand slam trade on the put side. Holy moly. Didn't even see Google down 4%. That just came up out of nowhere. That makes me a little less new OpenAI launching new browser. Thank you, Sarpres. That's crazy. That is crazy. I guess there is some bearish headlines with OpenAI for some stocks. Craziness. Serve Robotics still trying to shake and move to the upside. Nike still doing well. How's BBAI doing today? Big Bear AI. That's trying to hold a bit of a double bottom zone. Big area for Big Bear AI as well, guys. That is not a bad scalp long off of this area. I was expecting one more sweep of the lows, but Big Bear AI is into a decent support area here. It's a previous gap fill. Liquidity zone, you're testing a major point of control. Big bounce on SPY. Still holding these 0 DTEs. I've been fluctuating down, 5%, down 40% with that dip there. I'm just going to maintain these contracts. I still think there's going to be a big push. We got a lot of time intraday for another push to the upside here. Come on. Give us the punch through. Carvana having a really good day. Crude oil is now trying to make a move to the high side. So WTI is trying to push here. What is that doing? S&P still ripping. Trying to. Robinhood still down 1%, but also trying to firm up. LMC saying GLD only going up from here. Yeah, it's acting quite well again. Defending. Look at Lockheed Martin getting absolutely wrecked again. Down 4.24%. Big mover. Surprised it's not on the high volume list. RTX also starting to get faded, guys. It looks like RTX has had a bit of a blow-off move. Potential topping tail building on these war stocks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. They are into a bit of a short area, a little bit of a failed breakout. So I wouldn't short this yet, but I would watch for a retrace tomorrow. Surfer saying SunPower, SPWR. Yeah, SunPower's starting to squeeze. Wow, look at that tail, guys. Oh my goodness, this is going to rip here. New high of day incoming. Let's take some lottos on SunPower. Holy shit, shares are so cheap. Haven't had, no, they don't even have an option chain. So it's just pure common stock, guys. Pure common stock. Wow. All right, I'll take some SPWR commons on the next dip. Next dip, I will take some SPWR. I'm hoping I get a dip. Hopefully. Because that spiked all the way up to this. This is a pure momentum speculation at extreme. But this is pure speculation off of earnings momentum. I'm going to wait for the next dip to get long. SPWR. Hopefully it does dip. But I'll watch that on my other screen here. I'll put it up here. I want to keep KVTS open here. That's actually coming in a little bit. I'll probably pick up 1,000 shares on SunPower. maybe a couple thousand shares. Looking for a back test of this 217 to 213 area, guys. Come on, give me a back test, SunPower. Don't leave the train station without me. Don't do it. But SunPower is going to break out new high of day here. It's looking ridiculous. Look at that volume. 31.8 million today. That's insane. All right, SPY trying to get going here. A lot of people had opportunity to get much better fill than me on those 0 DTEs. ENVX moving up nicely. Serve Robotics still moving. ACN still strong. Smith & Wesson going green. Ethereum still ripping. CRM ripping. Bitcoin still ripping. A lot of stocks are trying here. All right, looking at SPY. SPY is trying to punch through that prior day high again. You can see the resistance that it's trying to trade into. All right, SunPower starting to come in here. Again, this is speculation. I'll just trade 1,000 shares. That's all I'll take. It's a couple grand in that trade for SunPower. As soon as we hit this 217, I'm going to get interested. Whoops. Gold trying to make a push here. Nat gas looking slightly bearish. Quantum still struggling. Oklo, uranium still struggling immensely. Gold catching a nice fat candle right now. Uranium down 5.32%. Dom C saying market correction next hour is his guess. I don't know. I think the markets are going to trend here. It's a strong tape today. I'm in upside lotto calls on SPY. 673 zeros. We also have some runners still on QBTS. Don't forget about those. And I'm looking at buying SPWR. Come on, give me a little bit more SPWR. Look at SPY. Here we go. It's time to pump it up. Gotta pump it up. This bullish inverted head and shoulders that is triggered on SPY gives you upside to 673.67. If we fulfill that move, that would be a few pennies away from all-time high on SPY. Dixie softening, gold trying to perk up. A lot more strength coming back into the tape here. We're green on our calls, guys. We are green up about 10 cents a contract here. Looking for much more than that, though. I want these 673s in the money, baby. Look at that beautiful 3-minute close above prior day high. That is technically a bullish short-term close on SPY. Let's see the buying pressure come in here. We shook out the weak hands on 2 big dips. One initial hard sell, back tested the breakout zone. Then we bounced, did an additional liquidity sweep, bounced. SPY is going to trend here today, guys. Sarfer is saying, I think we see 676 this week. It is possible. Yep. Peter's saying SunPower had earnings released today. Absolutely. Solar has been a hot theme. We are looking at buying the next dip on SPWR. Remember, SPWR traded all the way up. Let me flip on this pre-market data just so you can see. Look at that spike. Filthy. That is a crazy spike. 334. Imagine we headed there today. I would love to see that. SunPower starting to come in. Nat gas softening. Gold still trying to push. Again, RSP in the market is strong today, guys. Nat gas breaking down. Why the heck Does that happen? Don't know what I'm doing. Hmm. Something still short nat gas. Pump the market. Spy short for me. Be careful with the spy short. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Trust me, I don't go along the market much in day trading. I'm usually a counter trend trader, but I see a trending day to the upside today. So just be careful with your shorts. Most people that know my trading style and have traded with me know that most of the time I'm actually doing a lot of shorting. But today we've picked quite a few number of longs. And you could be right, you could be right, but structurally speaking, intraday we have broken out. Markets are just consolidating a little bit, which is healthy for an afternoon trending day. Volume trends are starting to lighten up here. It's now approaching lunchtime. It's always dangerous shorting into lunch because it's light volume. So that sell side volume that usually occurs in the morning off of profit taking is starting to wane and abate. You look at your UVXY, that's done a full round trip from positive to negative, gapping and cracking. That's another aspect why this market could trend. I mean, look at this VIX, guys, just getting absolutely clobbered. You had the IWM go from severely negative to almost positive, building a bull flag. Your dollar is starting to get slightly faded here. You got energy complex, uranium, and commodities are down. There's a lot of extra liquidity sloshing around out of gold today. An extra 1.5 trillion is finding a home, which appears to be finding a home in relative strength stocks like RSP. Look at RSP outperforming today exceptionally well. XRT having a stellar day, up over 1%. The only hindrance that I see in this market is a little bit of distribution in your semis, but they're even trying to firm up now. You can see the QQQ has flipped back bullish, starting to outperform and break through that opening range high. So you're slowly starting to get quite a bit of participation in this market. And again, I'm the first person to short a market, but it's just not seeing it right now. That's why I'm long. We took a short off of the open. That was a nice dip. But technically, I gave the pre-market setup. I said, as long as you remain above this previous bullish gap here, going back to Thursday, October 9th and Friday, October 10th, the market is technically a long. And you can see that we've dipped below. You did a sweep of your opening range low, then you reverse back above. You're now above that opening range high. So now you have opening range breakout traders. The orb strategy is going to kick in here because you're currently trading above it. Obviously, there's still some components that are weak, like Google's down 3.5, Meta is. So ooh, we got Champions League games coming on, guys. We got Champions League games coming on. Well, let's see some lineups here. I gotta throw some. Who's first up? We got Barcelona versus Olympiacos. Lineup: Rashford, Lopez, Fernandez, Lamine Yamal, Pedri, Casado. On the bench, strong deep bench as well. Wow, those are some crazy odds for Barca. Huge favorite. Huge. And we got some big 3 o'clock games. My team is Arsenal. Arsenal versus Atletico Madrid. That'll be a good game. Bayern Leverkusen versus PSG. Borussia Dortmund versus Copenhagen. Newcastle United versus Benfica. Napoli versus PSV. Inter versus Union Saint Gilles. I don't even know how to say that. Villarreal versus Man City. All right, markets are coming in just a touch here. SPY seeing a little bit of selling. Maybe you're right, Domsey. Gold and SPY don't run together. Yeah. That's what makes a market, right? I appreciate your perspective, Domsey. If everyone had the same perspective, we would all be rich. But I appreciate it. You can, one way or another, you could be right, you could be wrong, I could be wrong. We'll see which way the market wants to go, right? It's a small position. It's just a little bit of a day trade opportunity. Yeah, I was just in it for a scalp, right? That's what I do here on the live stream, scalping, scalping, scalping. Day trading is a full-time job, so if you can make 1,200 in, you know, what was that, 10, 20, 30 minutes? I'll take that any day of the week. So again, you're trading it from a swing trading and an investment standpoint. I just scalped it, right? Day trading. So that's all. There's just a difference in time frames. So we both could be right. Can I give you my honest opinion? It would not shock me to see gold test the lows again today, even sweeping them, doing a bit of a double bottom. It would not surprise me. Not saying it'll happen, but it won't surprise me. I think the odds of that are decently high. Decently high. If gold were to come back down to a double bottom today, I would absolutely take GLD calls again. I'd love to see that. All right, S&P still just grinding and chopping sideways here. Trying to shake out. Nat gas got a nice pop. Gold's just chopping sideways. Still trying to defend that prior day high in your S&P 500. Right now we have all indices green except for your Russell 2000. Your IWM is still slightly negative but well off of the lows. Amazon is absolutely ripping up 2.73%. Microsoft just slightly negative down by 0.19%. Nvidia down 0.25%. Apple, that's a green up 0.71% on the session. So acting quite well. Google, the standout underperformer, down 3.14%. Meta slightly negative. Tesla's green, making a red to green reversal. Gold seeing a little bit more selling. QBTS trying to rip. SPY trying to catapult off of this prior day high. We will see if your S&P 500 can make a big push to the upside. A couple things I'm seeing here, guys, is the dollar is actually starting to crumble pretty sharply here, cracking beneath its opening range low. So that's a bit of a positive tailwind for gold and for the S&P 500. As seen, why you're getting a nice bid in the S&P 500. We are still long SPY 673 call options and looking to press those gains. No real dip in SunPower. Didn't really give me the dip that I was looking for. Came very, very close into that buy zone. I mean, we tapped that 216, 217, but never took a fill. QBTS is going for another high of day, guys. Look at Quantum. Triggering, what is this? This is looking like a potential inverted head and shoulders on your intraday price action. If that is to occur and play out, we could be looking at a big move to the 3670 area on QBTS. SPY is starting to rip here, guys. Looking like a bit of a trender. Come on, break out off of that prior day high. Break out. We're still seeing the market acting extremely well off of that prior day high level. Come on. Surge it, surge it. Let's look at this 1 minute SPY chart. You have another intraday bullish pattern trying to break out here. A secondary 1 minute inverse head and shoulders on SPY, guys. You can see the new neckline that we're trying to break out of here. SPY's got some serious volume. You are triggering yet again another intraday bullish pattern. So 2 consecutive bull patterns are meeting at the same upside target, guys. S&P 500 looking pretty juicy. It's looking pretty juicy. Come on, push it, push it, push it. Push it. Let's see what happens here. Will they surge this market? Afternoon trender. Afternoon trender. Your dollar's still weak, so maybe you're going to get a little bit of a gold bump here too. Dixie breaking down through its opening range low, so you could see stocks, equities, gold, and commodity rally here on the back of the dollar just softening up a bit. Gold is still down 4.94%. Nat gas slightly red on the tape. IWM is about to go green on the session, ladies and gents. Our SPY calls are starting to wake up. We have been patient with this, sitting through a little bit of volatility, but it looks like we're setting up a strong afternoon trending session in the market, hence why we're long 673 0 DTE calls. We're also still riding some runners on QBTS. Come on, SPY, be defended here. Defend price action, defend that prior day high. We're still looking A-OK. A little bit of breakout selling occurring. Natural gas is still just chopping around from positive to negative, giving us some lower highs, forming a bit of a wedge pattern formation in nat gas. Let's look at Apple here. Apple is still holding quite steady at the highs of the session. Not too bad there. Almost a little bit of a breakout there on the 1 minute. Still just consolidating a little bit on SPY, but trend is getting close to a bigger impulse candle move to the upside, guys. We're getting very close in my opinion. It's only a matter of time, I think, until they pop us higher. You're still seeing names like Serve Robotics are acting well intraday. ENVX is acting well intraday. You've got additional liquidity continuously flowing into your crypto stocks. So Bitcoin, Ethereum are acting very, very well in the session. Look at Ethereum printing new highs. MSTR still acting well at the highs. Your S&P 500 just needs to kind of hold this vicinity, but we're close to a potential breakout. Let's see if we can print on our upside calls. QBTS is still the gift that keeps on giving. Look at Ouster now. So now you're seeing LiDAR stocks catching a bit of liquidity. Ouster trying to make a big push here. Very, very big push on Ouster. Nice, nice move. Nike still doing exceptionally well today. Lululemon, let's check that name. That's still acting well. ACN. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy session so far. Big Bear AI. Surprised that name hasn't firmed up with the overall trend, but Big Bear AI kind of holding that double bottom. Wow, CLF just absolutely got smoked. Look at that full round trip pump and dump. Warner Bros. Digital Media, that's still doing quite well. Nvidia is trying to go green now, so NVDA really mustering up some strength and trying to firm up. Interesting. So no breakout there for SPY just yet. They roped in a little bit of that breakout buyers, but they're stair-stepping this higher, guys. They are stair-stepping this market slightly higher. We'll see if we can get that little bit of a 1-minute breakout. You simply have to now just readjust your neckline to about here. There's a potential that they want to drop it down to this lower boundary trend line here. Backtest that 1-minute EMA. Would not be surprised to see that. Market's just trying to float and grind. Let's look at gold again here. Gold is still trying to firm up off of this lower boundary vicinity, still down about 5%. Hour and 52 minutes left in that next 4-hour gold candle. Rigetti still under pressure. We're still softening just a touch here, guys. Your DXY. Let's look at SunPower again. All right, so SunPower is getting a little bit more interesting here, guys. I'm actually going to take some SunPower shares here, guys. It's exactly where I waited for. All right, I am filled on SunPower 216. This is just common shares, 216 fill, guys. Let's play ball. Let's play ball. Dollar still softening. Again, please understand SunPower is risky, but I am in a 216 long SPWR. Pump it up, pump it up. Bump, 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 brum, bump, 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 brum. Again, imagine we get a move back to that high side. We break SunPower out. I mean, double digits. Let's just look at some of these resistance levels real quick, guys. Because SunPower could squeeze. If we get a trender into the afternoon, we could squeeze on SunPower. Just mark some of these high pivots here. SPY's still trying to push here on the 1 minute chart. I mean, can you believe that the high spike was all the way up here? That would be insane if we retested that area. My stop loss on this trade is going to be a close below your 10-minute 7 moving average. And don't be surprised, this one could see big drops down, big pops up, SunPower. It's just one of those tickers that it's truly speculative. Please don't full port that name. By all means, it's one that is very speculative in nature. QBTS is seeing some selling, gold curling down. Yeah. Still just sitting in these SPY 673s. It hasn't really made that push higher yet. Come on, S&P. Punch it higher. Punch it higher. We're still seeing this market trying to grind slowly higher. They're not giving us that true breakout or breakdown. They're just slow dripping us higher, guys. Dollar's trying to catch a bit of a bounce. Intel's trying to go green here. Cleveland Cliffs still down 17%. Rigetti down 0.72. DNN down 6.3. BTG down 9.47. NVTS down 9.5%. WBD up 11. BBAI still down 2.75. Look at this full-on reversal from GSIT. I mean, shit, did we miss a short setup? Damn, that would have been filthy. Look at that move. Retrace. What a nasty. I mean, that's a huge range on the short side. A 33% range. Damn. That is crazy. Yep. Thank you, Maria. Good call. Water break is needed. Plug Power still under pressure. Nvidia is trying to go green. Bitfarms. QBTS trying. Yep, CoreWeave is recovering. CoreWeave making a bit of a bullish reversal. A lot of stocks are making those red to green reversals. That's why we're trading long, because it's just one of those tapes where you can see just a quiet grind, and then you're going to look at the end of the day and it's like, holy crap, so many stocks just put in epic reversals. Unless there's a tape bomb from Trump, I don't see this market going lower today. It's looking very strong and constructive. I'd be shocked to see these markets not try to break out here. There goes S&P. Contracts are starting to rip, guys. Could have been an attempt there on SPY. A little bit of volume trying to come in. Oh, SPY never did it there. Oh, come on, SPY. You're just one big chop fest today. Come on. You're trying to firm up again. It's pushing gold. Gold looks a little bit heavier here again. SPY is trying to see some sell side pressure. Quantum stocks are seeing some selling. SPY seeing a little bit of distribution. Coming in just a touch here. Still seeing SPY going through a little bit of choppiness, retesting prior day high, upsloping trend line. Big area for the market. Needs to kind of hold this structure. Sun Power still trying to move. Gold is softening up yet again, curling to the downside. Donald Trump is set to speak. So there might be some tape bombs from Trump. Yeah, so Trump's going to speak very shortly, guys. Very, very shortly. I don't know what he's going to say. Probably some trade wars. So if you want to just keep stops tight, I mean, that's probably the better bet. I will play whatever it is in the background for us. Technicals are saying bullish price, but you never know. You never know. Big punch through on SPY, guys. Market's doing a lot of work to shake people out here, in my opinion. It's in belief of maybe a pump here. Look at that candle. SPY's looking strong here. Come on, take our 673 calls green. I would thank you very much for that. SPY trying to break out here. Gold looking heavy. Gold continuing to soften up, down 5.42%. S&P right back at the high of that inverted head and shoulders neckline. Secondary neckline trying to break. Sun Power trying to make a move. Come on. Pump it up. You got to pump it up. Come on. Break SPY out. Stop with these games. Just give us a clear trending breakout. Damn, they playing games today, aren't they? They are playing games today. Oh, SPY. You dog. You dog. Look at how they just keep slow grinding us and then they sell it. There's quite a bit of flow starting to come in here. Technically speaking, Dom, we're in a very strong uptrend still in the market. Inflation's not really a big concern of mine anymore. It's really what the job market is going to be doing. I don't even believe the inflation numbers to begin with, but they're probably going to come in, I would say, lower. You've seen oil just collapse. Obviously, there's some commodities like gold and silver, but they're small components. They don't really affect the CPI components. Seen natural gas make a little bit of a move, but that won't be impacted in the CPI. But mainly the big one is oil. But if you remove oil and food, I don't really see too much of an uptick in inflation. The bond market is telling us that inflation is kind of becoming a little bit more tame. Rates have absolutely collapsed. So you probably get a pump on CPI. But the labor market data is, I think, the more concerning. All right, S&P trying to make a push here. Run it, run it, run it to new highs. Get these 673s. Yeah, gold is heavy here. That's what I said. I wouldn't be surprised to see gold retest the lows. It's heavy. I would be a buyer. I mean, imagine they ripped the band-aid off of gold and they sold it down to that head and shoulders target. Imagine gold were to sell down another 1.8% today. I'd buy. 4-hour chart support, backtesting a breakout zone. I would even go long gold again if it hit the lows, but it's curling. It's curling down. Give me new lows. All right, here comes POTUS. Here comes POTUS. Let me tune you in here. Shit, I don't have the right screen up. That should be it.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you. What a friendly group this is. No Democrats are here, right? Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been a labor of love. We took over a building that was not properly taken care of. It just wasn't. It's a very special building, and we are taking care of it. This was grass, and when you have a news conference, and this was going on for many years, but everybody would just sink into the mud. It was extremely luxurious grass, especially when it was raining, because you'd go down about 5 inches into the mud. And when we had a press conference here, all the press standing back there, they'd be cursing me. The women would be lifting up their shoes, saying, "You've destroyed my shoes. This is terrible." So we got a stone that's the exact same stone and color as the White House itself, because we wanted the friendly feeling of that light color. And it reflects the sun, and it keeps you cool even in the summer. And we've had press conferences. We finished it about a month ago. This is, as you see over here, the Presidential Walk of Fame. And we had this long wall with half windows because that used to be a swimming pool on the other side of the wall. That was the swimming pool where Jackie would say, "I hear women inside." Are women inside? Quite a famous, I'm not saying anything, this was a part of a movie. And the Secret Service said, "No, ma'am, there's no women inside, ma'am. I'm sorry, ma'am, you're going to have to move along." "But I hear women inside." "No, ma'am, you'll have to move along, ma'am." So that was the famous swimming pool. Now it's even worse. It's for the media. They covered the pool up. And now it's for the media. And I think we have a small representative group. I don't think they allowed the rest of them. I can't believe it. What happened? They're all on the other side of the wall. Can you believe it? Because this is supposed to be sort of a private event. And there is no such thing in politics as a private event. Lindsey, you learned that a long time ago, right? The great Lindsey Graham. Doing fantastic. You're up 34 points, Lindsey. That's not bad, I'll tell you. It's not bad. So we did the Presidential Walk of Fame from the great George Washington, all the way to, well, I think we have to rate him above me. So less than great, less than George. Somebody went up there, they say, you're the third best president in the United States. This was on television, third best. And they said, who are the first two? George Washington and Abraham Lincoln. And I got extremely angry at this man. You know, you can't. It's going to be tough to beat, Mr. Senator. It's going to be, John. It's going to be very tough to beat Washington and Lincoln, but we're going to give it a try, right? Hey, they didn't put out 8 wars, 9 coming. All right, we put out 8 wars, and the 9th is coming. Believe it or not. So I just want to say it's great to be with you. And when we're finished, later on, we're going to have a little quick lunch, and they do great food at the White House. And this is used sometimes for evening, where we've had some incredible people for the evening, and some of the big foreign leaders have been coming. And most excitingly, on the other side, you see the fence and the wall. We're building a world-class ballroom. You know, for 150 years, they've wanted a ballroom here. We don't have a ballroom. We have a little cocktail area, but we don't have a ballroom. The East Room, it's called, is a very small cocktail area. It holds about 88 people if it's tight. And I said, if I do this again, I'm going to get a ballroom built, and we're putting up our own money. With the government is paying for nothing. You probably hear the beautiful sound of construction to the back. You hear that sound? Oh, that's music to my ears. I love that sound. Other people don't like it. I love it, Josh. I think when I hear that sound, it reminds me of money. In this case, it reminds me of lack of money because I'm paying for it, so it's the opposite. But it's going to be one of the most beautiful ballrooms anywhere in the world, and it's going to be able to take care of tremendous things. When you have, as an example, I'm going to see President Xi.
All right, Trump just talking a bit of nonsense about his ballroom yet. We will see if he mentions any China news.
A lot of things. They want to discuss the fact that they're paying 157% tariff. It's a little higher than they thought. And we're doing very well. I think we're going to do well in that negotiation. We've done well, as you know, with Japan, with South Korea, with Europe. The European nations got together. We made a deal. And it was all based without the tariffs. You could have never made the deal. I'll tell you what, tariffs equal national security. Remember that. Tariffs equal national security.
This market looks bullish, guys.
And they also equal wealth for our nation, because we've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars in a very friendly manner, given to us by nations that used to take it.
I'll look to trim half of my SPY calls at that TP1 target.
Or we were led by people that weren't business people, but it really does. It equals national security. And I wouldn't have put out, I mentioned 8 wars, 9 coming. Of the 8, 5 were based solely on trade and tariffs. India, Pakistan were going at it. 2 nuclear powers, and serious nuclear. 7 planes shot down. They were ready to go, and I called them up. I said, you go to war, and we're not doing a trade deal. And they said, well, what does one thing have to do with the other? I said, it has a lot. You're nuclear powers, and if you do it, we're not doing a trade deal. And 24 hours later, they called me, we have decided not to do it. We stopped the war. We stopped the potential disaster, a nuclear disaster, because of trade. And it's been really amazing. But the tariffs have made us a wealthy country. They've given us tremendous defense. They've given us things that we can do for other countries, very positive. But again, really, it's national security, it's national defense, and they are so important. And it's incredible that presidents, for the most part, didn't know how to use them, when to use them. If you go back, you'll see some of the presidents that were the most successful were believers in tariffs. And I even see foreign countries now that we are doing very well with taking ads. Don't go with tariffs. They're taking ads. I saw an ad last night from Canada. If I was Canada, I'd take that same ad also. But they're actually on television taking ads. But I do believe that everybody's too smart for that. We have a very, very big and important case coming up. We should win the case based on the legal merit. We should also win the case based on all of the things I just said. But we're a wealthy country again. Last week, as you know, they found $31 billion. They came to see me. Sir, we found $31 billion. They said, we don't know why. I said, was this a good find or a bad find? It was a good find. It was a plus 31. We're used to finding negative 31s, right, for the last 30 years. I said, check the tariff shelf. Well, those tariffs haven't kicked in. Yes, they did. They kicked in 2 months ago. Check it. He comes back 2 hours later. Sir, you were right. We have an additional $31 billion, billion, not million, Lindsay, billion, that we just found from tariffs. They kicked in earlier than we thought. You were right. We're a wealthy nation again, and we're a nation that can be secure. We're a nation that can start paying down our debt. And with tariffs, we're the wealthiest nation ever in the history of the world. Without them, we've got to slog. We've got to slog. But remember this, other nations, including China, Japan, European nations, they used tariffs against us for many years. That's why we owe $37 trillion. That's why. But they used tariffs very successfully against us, and we had presidents that never fought it. But now you have a president that does fight it. So I just want to welcome you to the incredible Rose Garden. It's just an incredible place. It was done, we did it, brought it back to health. It was in very bad shape, actually, and we brought it back to health. First Lady Melania did a fantastic job on it. The surrounds and everything. It's all brand new wiring. You know, underneath there's a lot of wire, a lot of things. Everything brand new, everything beautiful. The only thing we did is we had to get a hard surface here because nobody could use it because of the grass. So I just want to welcome you, and I hope you're going to be here a lot. We're going to use it for meetings. We're going to use it for press conferences. Now we can use it. It was unusable before, and now we can use it. But everything that you see was redone. All of this was redone, and the whole White House is being redone. Some of you came through what they call the Rose.
Guys, crude oil is spiking here. WTI crude catching some liquidity. It's trying to break out to the high side.
Put there that was made out of Home Depot tiles, about 1 foot by 1 foot. They were all broken, about 30 years old, and I replaced it with book-matched marble, paid for by your friend President Trump. It's like it's amazing how people like it when you say you paid for it. When I say I paid for it, they say, "Oh, I love it." But they did a beautiful job. They're great talents. They're very talented marble people I have, and they replaced it with beautiful Paradiso marble and statuary marble, and it's really, really beautiful. I want to thank the outstanding leadership team, and you really do have that. Majority Leader John Thune, who's been my friend, he really has done an amazing job. Thank you, John. Thank you. Done an amazing job. I didn't get to know John as well in the first term, and I've gotten to know him very well over the last 9 months, John, and you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Really great. Majority Whip John Barrasso, who's outstanding man. Thank you, John. Thank you. Great guy, too. Conference Chair Tom Cotton. He loves that military. He loves the he loves the military. Policy Committee Chair Shelley Moore Capito. Shelley, thank you very much, Shelley. Vice Chair James Lankford. Very good. James, thank you. And you know, we have everybody but one person here. You know, everybody showed up. I figured you'd have I'd say 40 would have been a good number, right? We have everybody. We're just missing one person. You'll never guess who that is. Let me give you, he automatically votes no on everything. He thinks it's good politics. It's really not good politics. He's an automatic no. But I don't know. Look, if he wanted to come, I'd probably let him come, right? I'd let him come. Begrudgingly, but would let him come. And National Republican Senatorial Committee Chair, an unbelievable guy, Tim Scott. You know, Tim, I shouldn't say it because it's so, I don't know if it's good or bad. But Tim ran, and he was very effective and very good. But he was on the debate stage and everything else. He was good just because he's good. But he wasn't as good as they thought he was. And when he got out of the race, he endorsed me almost immediately. And I used him as a surrogate. And I wasn't sure if I should because, you know, sometimes I want a total lunatic to get up and fight for me. And Tim is a really good person. So I wasn't sure. And I put him on the stage, and he ripped the heart out of everybody. He was so brutal. He was so unbelievable. Turned out to be absolutely one of my best surrogates, and it includes a lot of you people that were here. You were all surrogates. But Tim ripped these people apart. And after watching 2 or 3 times, then I wanted him all the time, right, Susie? I said, I want Tim Scott, get up there. But he was so good. And I said to him, Tim, when you fought for yourself, you were much different. When you fought for me, you were a tiger. You were like unstoppable. You were, really was. You all saw that. What's the difference? He said, I've never liked selling myself, and I love selling somebody that I really do believe in. I really believe in you, and I just felt that way. And it was so nice the way he expressed it. And I want to tell you, you are a champion. You are a winner, and congratulations. Thank you very much. I never love telling that story because I'm not sure if it's a good or a bad story, but I'm telling you, you are an amazing guy, and you fought for me so hard, and I really appreciate it. You got to be my #1 choice, Tim, so something happened. I appreciate it. And you're doing great doing what you're doing right now. I also want to thank the entire Senate Republican Conference for your tremendous work on confirmations. Boy, did we have a couple of weeks, huh? We had some, I signed like 150 of them, and I didn't use an auto pen, by the way. I signed. You know, when you're signing these important, like a general getting approved from 3-star to 4-star and all of these different things and big confirmations and, you know, big stuff, you really have an obligation to actually sign it, I think. You probably noticed right there, number 46 we put up, right? We put up a little bit of an auto pen. We have 46. We have 45. We have 47. It's very interesting. Yeah, 46 is an auto pen. It's up there. It stays up there. People like it. It's probably going to stay up there for a long time. It's true. And I know you're looking into that. And by the way, the auto pen person said he never spoke to Biden. He worked the auto pen. You're not allowed to do that. So if you're looking at anything, just remember it. And remember, they treated us very badly. They treated us very, very badly. So I think you're allowed to just report the truth, including the confirming of my cabinet much faster than first time. I mean, we went so fast, and I give John Thune and all of you credit for that. It was amazing. All of a sudden, I was calling John, I've got to get him approved. Come on, John, because I was getting like one every 2 weeks. And you know, I had people, they left their job, and they left everything, and it looked like they were. All of a sudden, it was like an avalanche. They walked in, James and James, my double James, I call them. They walk in, and they had like so many of them. I said, you got to be kidding. Is this like, are you for real, right, James? John Thune did his job, and you got them all done, and you have all those people out there working now, and instead of being very upset with the fact that we couldn't get them approved quickly. So I really appreciate it. You used a method that I wish you could use on U.S. attorneys. You know, I have 10 U.S. attorneys who are phenomenal. A Harvard, a Yale, a this, a that, all top. And the problem is they're not going to ever be confirmed, I guess. I put them in. They'll be there for 3 or 4 months, whatever it's, and then they have to leave. Because anytime you have, as you know, anytime you have a Democrat senator, not even 2, just 1, they'll say because of the time we're in, we're not approving that person. We're not approving. They never do. They won't approve. And therefore, because of blue slip, I have to tell the person after 3 months, I'm sorry, you'll have to leave. And I put somebody else in. And I've had Democrat senators say the only one we'll ever approve is a Democrat. This is not constitutional. And you really, I hope you can look at that blue slip thing, because I have 10 people that are phenomenal, and they're going to have to leave office. Highly educated, top of their class, everything. And they're going to have a mark on their career that they were a U.S. attorney for 3 months or 4 months, and then they had to leave. And that's so unfair. It's unfair to the public, because the public voted for me in a landslide, and I'm supposed to be picking the U.S. attorneys. And this goes for judges also. But actually more so even for the U.S. attorney with the blue slip. So I have these phenomenal people, many of them young, but truly fantastic people, and they're wondering what's going to happen in another 3, 4, 5 weeks. They're going to have to leave office. I think it's a shame, and I hope you can do something about it, because I'd like to tell those people, we put you there, and you're not going to have on your resume for the rest of your life. You were there for 4 weeks or 6 weeks, and you
Here we go, guys.
like
Here we go.
you got canned. So I hope you look at that. Very important. And after your pivotal changes to the Senate rules last month, as a result, this is what you did, the unprecedented obstruction by the Democrats. We've confirmed more than 175 public servants, people that are phenomenal, to keep posts. And that's just been over the last couple of weeks. It's an unbelievable thing what you've done, John, you, all of you together. So working closely with me and House Majority, the Republican Senate also gave us the largest working class tax cut in American history. And you passed the Laken Riley Act to throw illegal alien criminals out of our country. You passed the Genius Act and the Take It Down Act with the support of our wonderful First Lady. She got, by the way, she got actual support from the other side. It was bipartisan. I think Rand didn't vote for it again, but I think it was only Rand. You had bipartisan support other than maybe Rand. But another one I'm going to ask you to vote for, and it's in the House now, and I hear it's doing well in the House, James. It's Kate's Law. A young lady named Kate Steinle, I remember it so well, probably 8 or 10 years ago now in San Francisco. She was holding hands with her father on the San Francisco pier, looking out into the water. It's beautiful. Everything was beautiful, but the person wasn't beautiful that did this. And this was an illegal alien that came into our country 5 times, was thrown out 4 or 5 times, I don't even know, but a lot, and came back and shot her through the head. And she went down and she looked at her father, Daddy, Daddy, something happened, and she immediately passed away in his arm. And, I mean, you can imagine, it was so sad, such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful person. Father was destroyed, you know, virtually destroyed. And they passed they wanted to pass what they call Kate's Law, and it's now again in Congress, and I hear we're going to get it passed in Congress, and when it gets up to the Senate, I hope you guys can pass it. And basically, very simply, it says that if you're an illegal alien and you come in and you get thrown out, if you come back and get caught, you have to spend 10 years in jail. Very simple. Very simple. If they would have had that, Kate Steinle would be alive today. That was a big event at the time. If you remember, Bill O'Reilly, for those of you that like Bill, I think I like Bill, but he was the one, he devoted his life to that law, trying to get it passed. I think it's time that we pass it so that if you get taken out of the country and you come back illegally, knowing that this
PP1 is coming, guys. Here we go. Come on. Let's see a pump.
For a 10-year period, and it's going to keep the repeat offenders from coming in. It's going to really keep them from coming in. Senate Republicans have already voted 11 times to get our government back and open for business. We have record business. We're going to be, I think, by the time I hit month number 12, I think we're going to have $20 trillion of investment. We're over 17 right now. As an example, President Biden had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We're going to have $20 trillion in less than 12 months, and we're over 17 trillion right now. So it's the largest amount in our country by far, by many times. That's in our country. But here's the one. It's the largest amount in the history of the world. There's never been a country that's had anywhere near 17, or it will be 20, and it's going up fast. A lot of it's because of tariffs, because they're coming in because they don't want to pay tariffs. In other words, they make their product in a certain country, and they used to just send it in here, and there was no charge, absolutely. Now, if they have to pay a 20%, 30%, 50%, 100%, or 2% tariff, they say, well, it's better if I build my plant in the United States. It always amazed me. I did this first term. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country in first term. We had COVID, and we did a good job with that. That was a curse for every country in the world. It was terrible. But we had the greatest economy we ever had. But if you remember, I started the tariffs, but I held it off because it wouldn't have exactly been good at the time to tell France, you know what they were going through, you know what Spain was going through and Italy was going through, that, by the way, we're going to charge you tariffs. But I had started the process. We were going, the country was doing good. And I took in hundreds of billions of dollars from China. I put the full tariffs on China. Biden left the tariffs because he couldn't. It was too much money, but they gave so many exceptions that they were essentially meaningless. In other words, here's the tariffs, but you don't have to pay if you look at somebody the wrong way. You don't have to pay. So they didn't pay very much. But
The nasty
they were
down
paying
move.
hundreds of billions of dollars. And again, I have a great relationship with President Xi. I expect to be able to make a good deal with him, and he'll make a good. I want him to make a good deal for China, but it's got to be fair. For years, they were making $500, $600, $700 billion, $700 billion, and we'd be making nothing. It was a one-sided. Honestly, we built their military. We built China's military with the money that we lost for so many years, getting ripped off. So now we're going to have a fair deal. I think we're going to have a very successful meeting. Certainly, there are a lot of people that are waiting for it. Maybe it won't happen. Maybe it won't happen. Things can happen where, for instance, maybe somebody will say, I don't want to meet. It's too nasty. But it's really not nasty. It's just business.
The breakdown in SPY right now, backtesting opening range high. This could get ugly if we lose OR high.
Unfortunately, in a craven and pointless act of partisan spite, Chuck Schumer, who I've known for a long time, and the radical left Democrats are holding the entire federal government hostage to appease the extremists in their party. And they are extreme. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. They're extreme, and you know what? We had a landslide election. We won the popular vote by a lot. We won the swing states, all 7. Remember, they said, oh, if Trump could get 3 swing states, he'd be. And, well, I didn't get 3. I got 7. We got all 7 by a lot, by record numbers. We won the Electoral College, 312 votes. They said it's very hard for a Republican. It's harder for a Republican, although now I think we've swapped it. I think it's now harder for a Democrat, because if you see what we've done with the Hispanic women, we're doing so well. You know, they want security. They don't want to have their city destroyed. Women in Chicago, beautiful black women walking around with red MAGA hats because they don't want to be mugged and shot and everything else. And then you see a Democrat get up and tell you how safe it is in Chicago. Do you know they've had, in a fairly short period of time, 4,000 murders? This is over a short period of time, 4,000 murders. And they had a holiday where they had 28 people killed and almost 100 shot. And then you listen to this guy, Pritzker. I've known the family for a long time. They threw him out because he was no good, and he became governor. He's got money through the family. He's got money through the family. But they threw him out. He became governor. I said, I wonder how he's going to do. It's a crime palace. It's a shame. And you know what we did in D.C. is unbelievable. You people, you can walk down the middle of the street, Mr. Senator. You can walk down. You can have your wife meet you at the restaurant, and she's not going to be accosted, shot, beat up, raped. It's unbelievable how bad it was. It was one of the worst in the country, and now it's stone cold. I don't say the word perfect, but it's pretty damn close. And, you know, they would average more than a murder a week in Washington, D.C. This is just before we got here, a murder a week. Think of that. The capital of, in my opinion, the capital of the world. They come from Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come from Florida. You call up the parents, I'm sorry, sir, your son has been shot and killed. We have no crime here now. We have no crime. And the National Guard has been unbelievable, the job. Unbelievable. And you know, it also looks better. I do a tour. I hop in that beast. I feel very safe in the beast. The windows are this thick. But I hop in the beast, and I tell the Secret Service, let's drive around town. I used to do that myself. I could drive myself around. I actually like that better. But now I don't think it's a good idea. But we drive around in the streets. The place is looking much, the grass is good, the fences are down, there's no tents, there's no anything. we are looking like it's just a whole new look. And the most important thing, there's no crime. And we're going to fix the roads. We have great pavers. We're going to fix the medians in between the roads, which are half of them are falling down. We're going to take some of the tiles off the bridges, the tunnels that you have. They've been up for 40 years. They're rotted. And we'll put up brand new, gorgeous white tiles like it's supposed to be. But this place is looking really good, and we haven't even started the real fixing up of the town. We're getting rid of the graffiti. You notice there's almost no graffiti anymore. A lot of that beautiful statuary marble had red graffiti all over it, had bad signs up, and it stopped. We've taken out 1,700 career criminals and people that came in through an open border. They came in through Biden's open border, and we've taken them out. The thing having to do with all of the elements in the great, big, beautiful bill, I'll tell you, it's amazing what we've done. $200 billion in costs for medical. What we've done, $50 billion for rural hospitals. And remember, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on... Think of all of these things that we've done. This is the biggest, this is the greatest bill. Social Security, no tax on overtime, but no tax on tips. I got that from a waitress in Nevada. I was making a speech, and I'm at one of my restaurants in the hotel I own there, and I say, how are you doing? Well, sir, it's terrible. They're taxing my tips. They're going, I wouldn't have even thought that. And I looked at it, and she said to me, sir, there should be no tax on tips. I said, say it one time more. No tax on tips. I walked outside to the press. I said, there will be no tax on tips. She was right. And we won that state by a lot. That's not a state that we win by that much, David, but we won it by a lot. So it was pretty good. But that bill is chock full of so many different things. So it was the biggest bill. I'm actually saying this to the fake news so that they maybe print it, but maybe not, because you people know. It was the biggest bill ever passed in Congress. And what we did was a little risky. We put everything into the bill, John, right? And some people were against it. They said, no, you got to do small bites. And we gave it a shot, and we got it passed. I got a call from John. He said, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Sir, we have 4 hard no's. Could you please call him? I said, what time is it, John? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, sir. So I call up. One of you is sitting right here. I said, Jim, could I say hello to you? It's 4 o'clock in the morning, right? He said, sir, you have my vote. I said, wow. Then I called up another person. I'll use fictitious names. Doug, could I get your vote? You've got it, sir. Then I called up another one. How about Josh? Could I have your vote, Josh? Because I like Josh. And Josh, who can be very difficult, said, sir, you have my vote. His wife was screaming at him on the other side. Sir, you have my vote. But I called people, and they weren't really hard-nosed. They wanted a little attention, unfortunately, at 4 in the morning. Sometimes I like the ones that don't like the attention, but we'll take it anywhere we can. And we got it passed, right, John? And nobody thought that could happen because you have a small majority. And how about in the House? We had a majority of 3. We actually went down after that for a period of about 2 months. We went down to a majority in the House of 1. And I kept saying, you know, because I'll tell you, Mike Johnson's great. The team, these 2 teams, did you ever see 2 people more different? One's tall, one's slightly less tall. We want to be polite. They are very different people, but they're the same in terms of talent. They did the 2 guys, and they get along incredibly well. We all do. We get along great. But we passed a bill. We don't need to pass any more bills. We got everything in that bill. There's nothing else we have to put. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We got the extension of the Trump tax cuts. We got all of these things. And, you know, remember, they lie. They will look at I saw it the other day, they were talking about, I call it the great, big, beautiful bill, but that's what it is, the great, big, beautiful, the biggest bill ever passed. And what they say, they make up stories. And I saw they were interviewing a senator, and they said, well, what's wrong with their bill? He didn't know what to say, because there's nothing he could say. It covers everything. He said, death, death. It brings death. Now, if I'm a regular person and I hear that, I say, oh, that's terrible. But it's just the opposite. It brings life. It brings Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. It secures all those things. And they just...
We are seeing a pretty hard sell in the S&P 500. If you lose this breakout trend line, we could have a failed breakout intraday, which would send us honestly down to about 668. 668.70-ish if this fails, this area.
Not going to have any kind of medical insurance. So with us, it's the opposite. And it's a great bill. We don't need any more. And I want to just say from the beginning, our message has been very simple. We will not be extorted on this crazy plot of theirs. They've never done this before. Nobody has. You always vote for an extension. Chuck Schumer and the Senate Democrats need to vote for the clean, bipartisan CR and reopen our government. It's got to be reopened right now. We're not doing that. They are the obstructionists. And the reason they're doing it is because we're doing so well. We're doing well all over the world. We're doing well with the close to $20 trillion that I just told you about. It will be that number. But even if you take it down to over 17, that's a guarantee. We're doing well with everything. Car plants are pouring back into our country. AI plants, we're leading. We're dominating China right now in AI. And I did something that I think you'd like, because we have an old grid. It's a tired grid. It doesn't have the juice that you need to fire up these plants. You know, these plants will need more than double the energy we have right now for the whole country. That's how big it is. And we can't do that. There's no way we can do that. China is building right now 52 power stations. But I did something better. I'm letting everybody build their own power plant, so they'll become like an electric utility in addition to AI. But if they want to build their own plant and we get their approvals within less than a month, it used to take 5 years prior to rejection. Sometimes a guy in Louisiana, they had one that took 12 years, and then they got rejected. I got it approved in 2 weeks when I got into office. That was the first term. And the plant is up now, and it's been a great thing for the state. I did it twice, actually. I got 2 of them that were dead after 12 years, and I got them approved, both of them, in less than a week. And that's what we're doing. Lee Zeldin, by the way, is doing a phenomenal job, Environmental Commissioner, I have to tell you. He knows that we have to get them fast, and we're getting them fast. So we're leading China in the AI race by a lot. Under Biden, Democrats voted 13 times for continuing resolutions to keep the government open. And all we want is simply to ask them to do it once again. They always voted for it. They never voted against it. Nobody votes against it. But they do that, and they do. It's partially my fault. I mean, I'm watching you, and I'm looking at all these great faces that I've seen, really great people. I think with few exceptions, a couple of you I don't like that much, but with few exceptions, great people. And you look at what they do, and you look at the game they play, and it's a horrible game. And, you know, we have the hottest country ever. This is the hottest country anywhere in the world. And I say this, I'm sure you've heard me say it, but I was over in the Middle East, and the King of Saudi Arabia and others also said essentially the same thing. They said, you know, President, a year and a half ago, your country was dead. We never thought we'd see this. And right now, you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. We do. We have the hottest country anywhere in the world, which tells you about leadership, and that includes your leadership. So as you know, my door is always open to anyone. It's not like that AOC. How about her, where she said, she's talking about having rebellions and everything. She said, well, my door is always open. But she's not the leader. I'm sure the leaders felt very nicely about when she said her door is open. Who the hell wants to go into her door anyway? She doesn't know what the hell she's talking about. She's the one that started. You know, I remember, I'll never forget, she never took a course on the environment. And I watched her one day, and she was on television. She said, yes, our planet will be dead within 12 years. That was a long time ago. Our planet was supposed to be dead. Remember the 12-year theory? We were environmentally dead. Now, these people, they've got an agenda that nobody quite understands. The good news is they don't understand it either. They really have no idea. But the people do. The people understand. We're giving you the biggest tax cuts in history. All of these things, it all adds up that we should do fantastically well in the midterm. The only thing wrong with the midterms is that statistically, when you look, a president gets elected, and for some reason, and nobody, even the great John Thune, cannot explain to me, for some reason, even if he's a reasonably good president, and we've had success like nobody, but for some reason, you lose the midterms. I don't know why. I mean, the odds are tremendously against, like 92% or something. It doesn't make sense. If you have a great presidency, it only makes sense that you win the midterms. So there should be no reason for it. Somebody's going to explain there might be some dark, deep psychological reason where they want to vote the opposite way. I don't know what it is, but we have to win the midterms. Otherwise, all of the things that we've done, so many of them are going to be taken away by the radical left lunatics. I mean, we're going to end up with a communist mayor in New York. Can you believe it? A communist. Remember, I would always say, we will not have a socialist elected in our country. Remember, I'd say that all the time. And I was right. We skipped socialists. We got a communist elected. So I didn't tell a lie. I didn't tell a lie. I was right. We'll have a communist, not a socialist. But we've already seen the impacts of the dangerous game that they're playing. Democrats are causing delays in our air traffic control system. So important. We wouldn't have had, you know, this Pete Buttigieg, he spent billions of dollars on fixing the air traffic control. They'd use copper wire going into glass wire. Any union electrician here or any non-union electrician would say you can't hook copper into glass. It doesn't work. They spent billions of dollars. They turned on the system, and it was stone cold blank. We're getting a brand new system. We have bids out now. We have 3 great companies bidding. And I want one bid. Sean Duffy's doing terrifically. I want one bid. I want just bid, and they're responsible for everything. Not where they had like 1,000 contractors. Every contractor, they're all running around. In the end, if one of them does a bad job, we want to be able to blame somebody, and it's going to be one of the very big companies because there's a lot of interest in it. So the air traffic control system is going to be rebuilt. Over 1 million federal workers right now, as you know, are going unpaid. That's the Democrats' fault. And children, tourists, unable to visit the museums in Washington, D.C., that we now have beautiful, safe streets, but we don't have the museums open. We should probably just open them. But we are doing things that nobody's ever done, nobody's ever seen. So all of this and the pain that the Democrats have caused during this reckless and completely unnecessary affair, and you could call it the Schumer shutdown or the Democrat shutdown. You can call it whatever you want. And I will say this, that we have Darth Vader. You know Darth Vader, right? Darth Vader is a man who, I think he's sitting right. Is that Darth? Stand up, please, Darth Vader. Stand up. Does everybody know? They call him Darth Vader. I call him a fine man. But he's cutting Democrat priorities, and they're never going to get him back. And they've caused us, and they've really allowed us to do it. And by the way, thank you. You're doing a great job, I have to tell you. So really a great job. Because many of the things that they're cutting, like the New York project, $20 billion we're cutting it, they're not going to get it back. I mean, they're not going to get a lot of things back. They may not get it back. Maybe we'll talk to them about it. But they're losing all the things that they wanted. But many of the things that they wanted are things that we don't want, things that are just so bad for our country. And we're cutting those things out. So while they thought they were doing maybe bad, maybe indirectly they're doing good. The cynical comment that they've made all over the place, and all of their cynical remarks proves beyond all doubt that Schumer is a calculating political partisan. But we knew that. But he's somebody that's in deep trouble. He's losing in all of the polls. He's even losing to AOC +3. Remember +3? What happened to the +3? Are they still around? I had one. I met when I was at the United Nations, I met the president of Somalia. And I said, I have somebody I'd like to give back to you. He said, no, thanks. We don't want her. He didn't want anything to do with her. But today I'm calling on every Senate Democrat to stop the madness, to let our country get back. In the greatest moment in the history of our country in terms of wealth, in terms of job creation, and in terms of investment coming in, these guys go on strike. It's really a shame. So I'm asking them to be smart. It's not working. They're getting killed in the polls. The public understands what they're doing. They're doing the wrong thing. And with that, I just want to say welcome to the White House. When we're finished, they do a great job. when they finish, we're going to all come in. It'll be a little crowded, but that's okay. Into the Oval Office, we'll talk a little bit, a couple of minutes. Got some interesting things. And I think I'd like to have, if I could, John come up and say a few words, and we can close it out. And by the way, this is an open mic. It's open to the world. I think they can hear me out on the street. If anybody wants to come up and say after John, say it. We're all friends, and you can speak your heart out. But we've got to get our government open, and the Democrats are trying to keep it closed. Thank you. John, please.
Thank you, man. Thank you, sir. Well, Mr. President, thank you for having us. This is the fourth week of the Democrat shutdown, but we are all here today because your Republican team in the Senate is unified. This is now the longest full shutdown in history, but everybody here has voted now 11 different times to open up the government, and we are going to keep voting to open up the government, and eventually the Democrats, hopefully sooner or later, are going to come around. But, Mr. President, your agenda is the right one for this country. This is your team. We are your partners in achieving and implementing the agenda that you campaigned on and the American people voted for. And you just mentioned it has been a series of promises made and promises kept, whether it's national security, whether it's the border, whether it's the economy, taxes, regulations, energy, Trump newborn accounts, school choice. You look at what we've accomplished so far. It is a remarkable, remarkable team and a record of accomplishment that can't be matched. And I would argue, at least in my time here, but perhaps in all of history. So thank you for your leadership, and we will continue to be good partners and work with you to get the work done for the American people. And let's hope that the Democrats get wise and starting perhaps even today, vote to reopen the government so we can get back to work for the American people. Mr. President, thank you for having us at your home. You have beautiful homes, and thank you for everything you're doing to make this such a beautiful place. This is America's house. We're delighted to be here. Thank you.
Because that is the speech. Obviously, the markets had a really big failed breakout here, still maintaining structure above that breakout 5-minute neckline. You did a back test here, bigger back test here. Market is still acting okay. It's positive. The big area it needs to reclaim is this prior day high, but so far intraday you're still acting somewhat well despite that big epic sell-off on the Trump speech there. All in all, kind of a nothing burger, I would say, for the fundamentals of the market. He kind of reiterated the same things, tariff this, tariff that. Nothing really new that we don't know about already. But we'll see if the markets can want to climb and float the wall of worry here into the end of the session. I still think that technically speaking, we can still push higher, being the fact that we're still holding this previous gap fill zone. That's your bullish gap over here, as well as the fact that we're still holding above your opening range high and this little neckline. So they might want to float the market up into the rest of the day. That would not surprise me. If we start losing opening range high, you can become an aggressive short and short this back down. So kind of bullish above opening range high, bearish below. All right, guys? Just to keep it simple. So, guys. Here's a nasty little breakdown in SPY. We could easily be revisiting the lows. They need to defend this neckline, but losing opening range high yet again off of a potential lower high. This might be the first lower high intraday. You got to watch for it. Very tricky tape right now. You have still a structurally bullish breakout with a back test holding, but simultaneously now you got this little bit of an M top formation on SPY, head and shoulders. You haven't triggered it yet. So it's a very tricky tape. But being the fact that the Russell's breaking down here, your QQQ's back to the dark side. Markets might be a little bit vulnerable here. The only positive for SPY is the RSP and this gap. I like this gap fill, guys. This is a previous major breakdown zone. Again, you're still technically above that area. Nice 10-minute bottoming tail, retracing some of that move. Again, still give the bulls the benefit of the doubt as the bullish pattern has triggered. The bearish pattern has not triggered yet. But honestly, I mean, kind of a choppy day, right? No real direction. You've been up. Sorry, where did we open here? Yeah, so you went down, you went up, down. No clear direction intraday. Gold is still looking weak. Your Russell 2000 softening. Your dollar index is trying to push higher here. Plug this in. Still have Netflix big earnings report after hours. Netflix still is. All right, the dollar's catching a bid here, guys. Markets are looking a little bit dicey. Critical level, gap, neckline. Just so amazing how those levels confluence together. Cabin asking thoughts on BYND. Well, I wouldn't be buying it personally. I know it's had a huge move off of the lows. We've been covering it here. You've done a nice 3-bar surge on the daily. Definitely extended. I would be more inclined to short it in this vicinity. I was looking for a tap of the daily 200 moving average to short it. That would pierce that psychological $3 number. But, the fact that they're not going bankrupt doesn't mean the company has turned its ship around and is going to push higher here. I mean, you have to really watch out for. Remember, the company being handed over to the bond market is basically, and the bondholders is basically a way that they're going to announce shelf offerings, debt offerings to dilute and get their investment back. So I would not be surprised for another short of debt offering at some point, shelf offering to kind of suck out some of the liquidity out of this rally. Again, tough name for me to get behind. We talked about it down here when it was at 50 cents. Now it's at 275. I mean, I can't chase it. They would have to cure cancer for me to get on board with this company, and we all know that's not what they're doing. So Peter saying sold puts early. So, I mean, here we're doing another back test and they're trying to defend this level here. It's a big, big area, guys, for SPY. They are really trying to defend it. Barcelona's winning 2-0. Banging in another goal. That was an easy 30% gain. Or actually, it's 25%. It's not 3-0, 2-0. Gold going lower. Back testing 4100. It looks like gold wants to test the lows of the day. Oh, goldy gold. Look at the selling in gold. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 red hourly candles in a row. Give us a hard capitulation candle down. Ability to get long. We threaded the needle on GLD once. Can we do it again? Not a lot of time in the session. I'm contemplating if gold sweeps those lows, swinging a little position overnight. Maybe those 380 GLDs again. Maybe. Come on, Barca. I need Lamine Yamal to score. 2-0 up. What are those GLD calls at now? They've probably lost a ton of value. I think, what do we buy them at? Was it 335? We bought those 380 GLDs at early this morning, sold them at, I think, what was it, 405 or 415? Can't even remember now. It's just been so much action. Yeah, look at those 380 calls now. 287 on the bid, 295 on the ask. They are even cheaper than what we traded them at this morning. That certainly piques my interest. Looking at the Dixie though, that dollar trying to break out. That's going to hinder SPY. A little bit of volume starting to show some accumulation here on GLD. Volume's increasing, but it looks like it wants to trickle a little bit lower. Come on, sweep that low. Sweep it. I'd be very happy. Look at Oklo now down 10% on OKLO. Hard fall. Oklo's also in a short the pop environment. Any sort of a bounce now on your daily time frame is a short. See the volume today on UNG. Yeah, a lot of volume today on UNG, guys. Look at that last little hourly indecision candle. Dom, see the S&P money is moving into gold and silver. I don't know about that yet. Gold is still a dog down here. I still think it can go lower. Getting a little bit of a bounce here in gold. GLD. A little bit of a bounce in silver. GDX still trickling at the lows. You know, it's trying to bounce a little bit. SILJ just off of the lows. I would still like to see silver gap and gold gap down tomorrow. That would be a nice cleanse. If you saw a gap down, shake out a lot of the bulls, kind of a capitulation, then you could see a dead cat bounce. Yeah, it wouldn't be surprising to see it bounce here, but still the weekly chart suggests maybe a little bit lower. But it's trying. Yeah, you're seeing a bit of a bid in the long end of the curve today. The money will find a home, for sure. Yeah, listen, I mean, gold is strong. There's no doubt this weekly chart is just a beast. I mean, it's still in a strong uptrend. Even with this pullback, look how extended you are from that weekly 7 moving average. You've barely tested that weekly 7. That's your first weekly chart support. So, I mean, if we structurally look at gold, when it starts to just look at this trend, right, going all the way back to 2024 here. When gold has these moves, these parabolic rises, and just absolutely rips, it often retests the weekly 7 moving average. It did it over here. Then it had a big rip. Again, it pierced it over here. Then it had a big rip here. Retested the weekly 7. Then a big rip over here. Retested the weekly 7. Is this time different? Those are the most dangerous words in the stock market, right? So gold's had a huge run. Look where the weekly 7 moving average is. That's where I'd be more comfortable buying it. So I'm just going based off of previous cycles. After it has big moves, it retests the weekly 7, retest the weekly 7, retest the weekly 7. You've done it 3 times here in these rallies. So just from this rally, that was about a 22.5% move, then a retest. Then I guess the breakout would be right around here. That was another 21% rally. Then I guess the big back test was over here. That was another 16% rally. And now, just recently, your breakout was over here. And gold's had the biggest run out of any of those previous little pullbacks. So I still think it's super stretched, even with the pullback today. No doubt it's a strong commodity. It's a safe haven. It doesn't require earnings or a balance sheet. It's just basically pure demand around monetary policy, fear, uncertainty, doubt in the regionals, in the economy, economic policy. But gold's extended, and that's not some small volume, guys. We look at the GLD weekly chart. What was the previous week? We traded 171 million shares. I did a video on YouTube, right? You go back to 2011 when gold went through this similar meteoric rise, right? Look at this move here. A 28% move, about a $40 rally on 235 million in volume. All right. $41 rally, 235 million volume. That's pretty much the most amount of volume we've traded up until this period where we're not even close to that, but somewhat close. And look what the fall that gold ended up making. It was a multi-year distribution trend, right? And like I said, I personally haven't seen gold isn't going much lower. We'll see. We'll see, guys. Again, there's going to be big buy the dips. This is the first major pullback in a very strong uptrend. So the daily chart of gold, this is the first pullback in your massive trend. You haven't even retested the 20 days. So there's going to be some dip buyers for sure. A lot of FOMO. This is what happens when assets, go through that initial pullback from a bull market. You get a big bounce. The bounce could easily take you back to the highs. There's no question. There's no question that the bounce, once it comes in, is going to be ferocious. I just don't know where that bounce is going to be at. I still think it's a little bit lower. But in terms of a cycle top, I don't suspect gold's going to go much higher for at least probably 6 to 12 months. Can we chop back to the high? For sure, but I'm not suspecting, this type of run isn't going to continue like we saw. It's going to take a lot of time to digest it. Just from personally what I'm observing. But it's strong. It could easily bounce back to the highs. There's no question. At minimum, you'll probably get a 50% retrace at some point. So a 50% retrace of this pullback takes you to call it 42, 42.50. Peter's saying Lulu's rising. Yeah, Lulu's having a stellar day. We are bullish, Lulu. We have been accumulating with members. And silver's chart pattern is very fascinating too, all right? I mean, you look at the resistance that silver's trading into up here. 10 days left in the month. Is silver going to end with a monthly topping tail? Is it a failed breakout? Time will tell. Look at that silver move in 2008 to your 2011 peak. $41 move. 41.73 give or take. This move from 2020 to this high is a $42 move. So very, very symmetrically based. Truly amazing. That's a crazy call. That's a crazy call. I mean, I wouldn't mind that. I got plenty of physical. Like I said last week that I was going on the weekend. I actually sold some of my physical gold for the first time since 2019. And I said that on Thursday last week, I believe it was. This is where Thursday's candle was. Have been asking, what percentage under spot did you get at your dealer? So for gold 1 ounce, and I'm in Canadian dollars, just under 6,000 Canadian. I don't know what that would be, roughly US. What's the US dollar to Canadian exchange right now? Let's see. 1.4. So that's about about 3,600 it's about 3,600 US. You can see spot is trading. Yeah, so let's look at that. It's about 12%. Still a big spread, right? Yep. Here, you got it. You got it. Yeah, silver dom has that big industrial component. It is used in quite a bit. So it has that dual aspect of a little bit of a safe haven against currency debasement, but also kind of that 50% industrial demand. But that's a double-edged sword, right? You know, industrial demand, it's only strong if the economy remains strong. And kind of what I'm seeing in the crude market is the demand, the economy is slowing, guys, for sure. There's no question about that. That's why rates are falling. The bond market is signaling that. You can't deny it. You know, that's why crude oil's near 52-week lows. That's your largest commodity in the world. So there's no question the economy is slowing. You know, they can doctor up this report and that report, but in reality, what's the biggest investment market in the world? It's the bond market. Bonds wouldn't be softening up, or sorry, interest rates wouldn't be softening up this much if there wasn't some sort of, maybe we're not declining, but we're certainly no longer growing, in my opinion, which is something that we have to continue. Yeah, it is a big racket, right? For sure. Can I do that chart? How do I view that? Let me just look here. So just to put it in perspective, I mean, I'm just looking at the Canadian gold price right now. You know, Canadian gold spot price is at 57.69 spot. I sold my gold at around 6K physical, so the spot price is now underneath that physical price. Are they actually going to be doing the CPI on Friday with the government shutdown? Has that been confirmed? Does anyone know for sure? I've heard kind of mixed things. $3.30 you have Fed Waller speaking. $3.30, so a little maybe some more tape bombs to come out. If we look at the CPI from Canada today, so core CPI for September year over year was 2.8%. The month over month was an increase of 0.2%. And the month over month for September was an increase of 0.1%. Forecast was expected for minus 0.1%. So the Canadian CPI came in a little bit hotter today, guys. We will see if, and you can see that the 10-year yield in Canada land actually bounced a little bit. Let's look at Canada's 5-year yield. So you can see that the yields in Canada are actually bouncing off of the hotter than expected inflation print. So maybe the US is going to follow suit. You can see the US yields are down. Typically the Canadian and US yields move in tandem together. They're very highly correlated. And that correlation is breaking today, so perhaps the inflation report for Friday is going to come in hotter than expected. Just a little bit. It doesn't mean we're going to have to sell off crazy, but perhaps the inflation print will come in a little bit higher. That's just a little bit of intermarket analysis using two economies that obviously are still attached at the hip together, even if they're going through trade tensions between US and Canada. Both bond markets react together. All right, so they're just chopping SPY around here again, guys. Very choppy session. I think I'm pretty much done trading for the day today. I don't really see any other opportunities. Unless gold gets a nice flush, I would trade GLD, but SPY right now, still above its opening range high, but in a lot of chop and slop, the middle of the range. IREN is just getting obliterated here. IREN, guys, continues to sell, now down 9.35%. Absolute obliteration. Quantum stocks got faded yet again. Lululemon just remains an absolute tank. Look at Lulu. Bullish breakout through the 50. Trying to close above that previous pivot high. Let's punch Lulu to the upside, baby. Keep it going. I'd love to see that. Keep it climbing. Look at that full round trip on SunPower, guys. This is why I said put a break even stop. Oh my god, it just got absolutely wrecked. I hope you guys listened to the stop. SunPower just imploded. Gosh. Nastiness. Ooh, getting close here. Barcelona, Olympiacos 2-1, VAR. Are they reviewing this goal? Potential penalty check. What's this penalty review? Uh-oh. Yeah, I think you're right. Look what's going on here. This is some bullshit shenanigans. What are they doing? So Olympiacos scored against Barcelona, but they called their goal out because there was a handball against Barcelona, so they're now giving them a penalty. I would laugh if they save this. I'd be pissed if I was the other team. I'd get a handball, but all right, it's S&P trying to break here. What time is it? 2 o'clock? We still got 2 hours? Damn, this day feels long, guys. I think it's because we made our money within like the first hour or so. But this day feels long. You can see your S&P is trying to get above that previous pivot. Hasn't done so yet. Two one, 2-1 for Barca versus Olympiacos. That's crazy. If this game is a trap game, that would be cheesed. You better hold the line here, Barca. You better hold the line. It's a big return. Again, the stock market is kind of it's not the truest barometer. You know, an equity stock like NUAI, which is such a small company. It's such a small company. I mean, you're looking at the whole economy based off of a stock that is a market cap of 101 million. You know, we've been in an environment where small, high short interest names have been squeezing on the back of interest rates falling, right? So you're getting this initial liquidity pump. But NUAI doesn't represent an economy where they're growing or not. You got to look at your crude oils, your coppers, your commodity baskets. You look at the big markets. See, I mean, devil's advocate's always good. Devil's advocate is always good. I don't have a problem with people disagreeing or playing the counter side. It keeps you a little bit more sharper. So if Nvidia hits 250, that would roughly make it a 6.07 trillion company. 6.07 trillion. If it hits 270, we're talking massive here. 6.55 trillion. If it hits 300, 6 trillion is chump change these days. You find that in your couch these days, don't you, Cabin? Couch money. 7.26 trillion would be Nvidia. And that's just one company. Yeah, gold's about 28.5 trillion, give or take a little bit. I think at the highs there it hit 30 trill. Penalty shot, Barcelona. Come on, give it to Lamine Yamal. I need him to score. Who's taking this penalty? Yes, Lamine Yamal, guys. Let's see if he scores this penalty shot. I'll roll my profits into the 3 o'clock games. Ooh, lineups should be out too. Come on, Lamine Yamal. Can Barca go up 3-1? Probably. Boom! There. Lamine Yamal tucks it away 3-1 Barca. Amazing. That's who I picked to score in the game. A little bit of gambling on the side here. Wow. Quantum, guys, QBTS got absolutely faded. Some of these stocks just got pummeled. You look at Serve Robotics, it was acting well, just full on reversal. You look at ENVX, guys, full on reversal. Rigetti and Quantum stocks just got absolutely applauded. Look at Rigetti, guys, new lows down another 7.65%, finally blasting through that daily chart 20 moving average. I mean, we traded QBTS successfully, got stopped out on those runners, but wow, what an absolute retrace lower. This makes me super tempted to try to swing a little bit of these. I mean, I'm tempted to even just grab some commons down here. A nice pullback. Weekly chart though could still go a little bit lower, but damn, that's a nice pullback. I know, I closed those. I left a lot of profit on the table. Still made a ton, but left so much on the table. Look at those. I remember you were looking at, what did you say? It was Rigetti, right? You said there were 50 puts coming in, rolling in that other day. I remember when you called it out in the stream here. I literally entered, a few moments later. But Rigetti, Haben, should have told me to hold longer. That's crazy, man. That's full beast. But down here is tempting just for a little bit of a bounce again. I mean, QBTS, I like it more. It's a bigger level for QBTS. Is anyone seeing any call flow for these quantum stocks? Oh, just these high beta movers have just been ripping to the downside. I mean, look at IREN. Yeah, looks like the party's a little cooked, right? A little over. They'll get a bounce. There'll be a nice dead cat bounce. That's why I'm just trying to time it here and see where that bounce may be. But they will get a bounce. There's still going to be a big FOMO rally in these names. Another goal for Barca, 4-1. Marcus Rashford. So you did hit a bit of a value area low here on QBTS. Doesn't mean it will hold though. Oh my God, another goal by Barca. Just pummeled them 5-1. That's crazy. Hat trick for Lopez. So there is some support here on QBTS. It's a little bit of a deviation band. This is your second standard deviation band that you're testing. They should take it a little bit lower. Holy, another goal for Barca. 6-1. Just lighting them up like a Christmas tree. Jeez. Nvidia does look a little bit weak here, guys. Seeing a bit of sell side pressure. So Nvidia is getting chopped around. Look for weakness in semis, NASDAQ, and Qs. So Nvidia definitely coming in. Look at that big wick down on Apple, guys. Does anyone know what happened on Apple there? News on Apple. Apple planned foldable iPad with 18-inch screen hits development. That just hit the wire 2 minutes ago from Reuters. Not too sure what that is. But Apple planned a foldable iPad with 18-inch screen hits development snags. Oh, development snags. Okay. So Apple running through a little bit of distribution there. So that just hit the tape. A little bit of an Apple headline. So a nasty wick there. We'll see if it wants to retrace that tail candle or not. Oh, perfect. I found the stage just got better. I found my other AirPod. Oh, it's a miracle. Don't know where. Yeah, a lot of stocks are getting faded. RGT making new lows. Looking pretty nasty. All right, this next round of Champions League going. Lots of more bets riding. Let's go Gunners, Arsenal, Man City, Inter, Napoli, Newcastle, Borussia. Hard to bet against the favorites. There should be some interesting swings as well. Champions League. What do you think about shorting Beyond Meat? Yeah, so it's funny, Peter. We talked about Beyond Meat literally at 50 cents. Now it's pushing above 3. I do think it's into a shortable level. You're busting through the daily 200 moving average, up 112%. It's scary shorting this, but I think that it has had its move to the upside. Maybe it wants to hit that weekly 50, but I don't have a problem. Just understand that, what's the market cap right now? Just understand it's only 112 million market cap, so that's peanuts, right? In this market, that's nothing. So is it risky shorting a company of 100 million? Yes, it is. It's very risky. Could you lose your whole position if some sort of announcement comes out? Possibly, but if you're wanting to short it, just understand, just be prepared to risk. Are there contracts on the option train? There should be, right? BYND. Yeah, I would rather much take put options, Peter. If you're wanting to short this, fade it with puts. That way you have a defined risk. I would take, let's see what strike we have here. November 250s don't look bad. Even December's 250s don't look bad. Yeah, it's very risky shorting it. It's not the most ideal short setup with this merger news. And see how bullish it's gotten, but you can see when it starts to get going, it seems that it likes to sweep the 50-day moving average. So that's probably what it wants to do. It swept it here, 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 here. So maybe let it sweep that 50-day moving average, or sorry, the 50-week moving average, and then that would be a little bit of a better risk to reward. All right, hopefully that helps. Man, Arsenal just hit the crossbar. Damn. One nothing PSG. Paris Saint-Germain. Come on, boys. Yeah, there is a shortable level coming up here on BYND into this $4 level. It's an aggressive short. So you're now through that weekly 50. You're sweeping it. But $4, I'd take some put options off that area. Man City's winning 1-0. Beautiful. Come on. Slowly getting there. We're slowly getting there. My team just scored Arsenal, but offside. Damn. Oh. So basically, the S&P's gone nowhere, guys. It's just one big chop shop. You know, um, gold continues to trickle. Beyond Meat. I was looking for a short on BYND. Never hit my level, but it is starting to come in from the highs just a touch. Already a double-digit pullback. S&P looking a little bit vulnerable here, like it wants to see some downside. Whoa, what is happening in this game? Frankfurt PSG. Man, there's some crazy stuff happening in Champions League. Dom C asking, what's the cheapest option contract I look for? Yeah, I've played pennies if I get the fill. I'll play 10 cents. I'll play anything that I think can either bounce or fall and has volume behind it. So I play really anything. Oh, snap. There's crazy swings in these games. Man, the favorites were taking the lead. PSG was looking to rip Bayern Leverkusen. Now it's 1-1, two red cards. Jesus. Crazy. What is happening in this world? But yeah, I play anything. I play any contract. If there's a trade setup that I think could happen, oh my God, Napoli's losing. What the hell is this BS? That's freaking crazy. I play anything with volume. Man, I hope there's no offense to any Italians if there's some in here, but fucking Italians, Napoli, throw in the game. Throw in the fucking soccer game. They score an own goal, Napoli, and then 3 minutes later they let the other team score. Like, what is that riggery? Shenanigans, man. Shenanigans. Man City are trying to go up 2-0. Looking strong. Come on, Gunners. Your S&P again, guys, just going nowhere right now. I mean, stuck at that opening range high. It's just killing. The only people winning in this is market makers and brokerages, trading brokerages. A whole lot of chop and slop. All right, let's go out of this BYND. Let's look at gold here. Gold is still just dead down here. Everyone's scared now to touch gold. Oh my God, Dortmund is now 1-1. This is crazy swings in these matches. PSG winning. Yes, Inter got one. Nice. Need Arsenal, man. Arsenal's got to do it for me. You're Italian, Dom? No problem. I mean, hey, Inter Milan is winning. They're crushing it 2-0. I need them, but Napoli, man, Napoli needs to frickin' at least tie this game. I mean, I don't even need them to win. I just need them to tie. They were supposed to be favorites heading into this. They're losing to PSV. Like, who the hell is that? All right, S&P just still stuck in a range. You got Google down 2%, well off the lows. Meta just flat. Tesla kind of flat. Nvidia down 0.75%. Microsoft flat. Amazon ripping up 2.64. NACAS up 1.6. Crude oil up 1. Bitcoin up 1.21. Gold down 5.6%. VIX is down 1.87. Oh, so yeah, it was nice. We pretty much made our money early, and markets went everywhere and nowhere. You know, they're closing the S&P basically looks to be slightly green here. Final 13 minutes in the tape. PSG is smoking Bayern Leverkusen. Wow. 4-1 already. Not even half time yet. That's crazy. Crazy. Oh man. Can see how many times S&P has hammered off of that opening range high. Doesn't really want to give up its goods. Just wants to maintain structure above that area. Chipotle Mexican Grill has firmed up quite nicely. Starbucks still strong. Lululemon, very strong day. Oklo down 13%. Halftime, halftime, halftime. Oh, I can't believe Arsenal didn't score. Come on, boys, we need it. We need it. Oh, this little push higher in your S&P. Oh no. Why is the hydro truck here? Just give me a sec, guys. I need to. Better not be trying to cut my power. Hydro trucks just showed up. What are you doing? Don't be cutting my power. This is only 8 minutes left. I'm watching these games. All right, big push through on the S&P. Peter saying LBRT looking long on news of data center power pipeline. LBRT. Yeah, it's had a really big move. Needs to digest this gain. You're into your 1 year moving average, so it's a pretty decent level of resistance. Same thing, it's back testing a previous little breakdown trend line. So technically this is a shortable area. Also the weekly 200 moving average. So again, it's a little bit iffy of a trade. Nice 50% retrace. So this is technically just a counter trend rally in the bigger bear trend. If it starts to close above your weekly 200 moving average on a 1 or 2 week basis, then the chart pattern could definitely firm up and keep pressing. Oil prices only going up these next years. We will see. Oil's a tricky one. I mean, is it historically getting to some depressed oversold levels? Yes. But there's a big caveat. It's to do with macroeconomics and it's to do with the fiscal policies, government policies. All right, guys, that is the session. Look at how they just absolutely roped and doped the market. Pump it up, slap it down. So overall, great trading session here. We caught 3 massive trades. Gold calls were huge. S&P short. Nevertheless, it's been a wonderful trading session here. Thank you all for tuning in, and we will see you all tomorrow. Hump Day, Wednesday. Take care, everybody.